Chapter 1797. They admitted defeat. Both the demon mystic sect and the Bliss Palace avoided fighting Tion. The gods behind them were not to be trifled with. They were here to cause trouble for the dragon god, so there was no need for them to get involved. A million godhood, they accepted it. How cowardly! I thought you guys would attack. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Getting 1.3 million godhood was a gain no matter what. Just take it as me letting you guys off the hook. Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tianqi's expressions turned ugly. Tion's words were too provocative. Yet, they could not say anything. Could they say, let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's see who's stronger? Unfortunately, they could not say anything if that was the case. Their hatred for Tion grew even stronger. The two sects' decision to lower their heads was completely unexpected. They could not help but look down on them. They had been talking big just moments ago, yet they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. That was fast. The other forces were secretly glad that they did not attack Tion just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Attack? That was not possible now. Who knew what trump cards Tion had up his sleeve? Long Liefen did not expect things to change so quickly. He was still unhappy about Zhong Moshan's interference, but they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. Long Liefen was unhappy again. You want me to face Tion? Long Liefen would not choose to lower his head at this time. Tion's aggressive approach did not mean that Long Liefen was afraid. He was not a dragon god for nothing. If he chose to lower his head today, he would not be able to keep his position. He had to suppress Tion's group. Tion was the primary target. The others were not a threat. Even his ninth brother with the dragon god's scepter was not the most dangerous. Tion was the most dangerous one. A few of the strongest races were also paying close attention. The Dragon Clan was able to gather a group of gods because of their foundation. Other than the strongest races, only the 8 major sects could do that. Tion had done it easily, which was enough to prove his mysterious background. The strongest races chose to wait and see. Brother Long, there is no need to rush. As long as you take down Tion, the others will not be able to do anything. Suddenly, the Heavenly Fox transmitted his voice to Long Liefen. Rumor has it that Tion's strength isn't bad, but that's all. As long as Brother Long goes all out, it shouldn't be difficult to kill or suppress him. Long Liefen already had a countermeasure, and now that he heard the Heavenly Fox Z's words, he became even more confident. That's right, I just have to take down Tion. That's exactly what I was thinking, Long Liefen replied. At that time, I will need Brother Heavenly Fox's help to suppress those heavenly god experts, so as to prevent them from destroying Dragon City. Long Liefen told this to Tian Yitzi and Barbarian Bull. Over 1,000 celestial god powerhouses, it was not so easy for him to suppress them alone. He needed help. Tian Huzi and the others did not refuse. Old thing, do you still think you can deal with me? Lin Fei stared at Long Liefen. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you take action, or we will surround and attack one of you. How you choose is up to you. Long Lie's anger was not light. Killing intent shot out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Tion, you have gone too far. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? You are gravely mistaken. In front of absolute strength, you have no chance at all. Boom! Long Liefen released his aura, and an incomparably tyrannical aura soared through the clouds. Coiling Dragon Seal. A tyrannical aura swept out. Those with low strength were all sent flying. Long Liefen also brazenly attacked, and took out a huge golden seal. As soon as the seal appeared, 9 golden dragons flew out, looking down on the world with ferocious might. They pounced towards Lin Fei from 9 directions, sealing off all the blind spots and cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, over 100 Dragon Clan heavenly gods also attacked. Dragon gods coiling dragon seal. It is rumored that this is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the Dragon Clan. This divine weapon is too terrifying. Each golden dragon's attack power is at the peak of 9 stars, heavenly god. Most importantly, the 9 dragons have formed a super powerful joint attack. This attack has already surpassed the attack power of a 9 stars heavenly god, reaching the battle power of a 1-star god king. Tion is finished. Moreover, this attack is aimed at Tion. Although Tion is the number 1 of the young generation, I'm afraid that he will not be able to withstand this level of attack. In front of this incomparably domineering attack, even the big shots of the sex showed a trace of fear. The title of the strongest clan was indeed not just for show. The first attack was a brazen one, not giving Tion any chance to resist. The dragon god grasped the opportunity very well. No one thought that Tion could withstand this attack. Even the big shots of the sex present had to use their full strength to withstand this attack. This was also the strength of the strongest clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Attack. Boom. Boom. Over 1,000 heavenly gods suddenly attacked. A great battle broke out. Facing the attack of the 9 dragons, Lin Fei did not care. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he was afraid. After all, this level of attack was not something that anyone could face. Tion, you became famous quickly, but your strength is too weak. You can't withstand the attack of our dragon clan's divine weapon, the coiling dragon seal. Long Liefen controlled the coiling dragon seal, and was in a good mood. Not far away, Tian Huzi, Tian Yitzi, and Barbarian Bull attacked one after another. Their powerful auras soared into the sky. 3 treasures were taken out, blocking the first wave of attack from over 1,000 heavenly gods. The land of the Dragon Clan is not a place where you can mess around. Their attack surpassed the battle prowess of 9 stars heavenly gods. They blocked most of the attacks. It looked easy, but they were extremely shocked. The attack was too strong. Fortunately, as long as they could stall for a while and capture Tion, they could control these heavenly gods. The attack of the coiling dragon seal was very strong. Unfortunately, they used the wrong person this time. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Fei, a loud roar sounded like thunder. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fei and stabbed with a spear. The spear light blasted toward the 9 dragons, dispersing the attack. Long Liefen's body shook. The 9 dragons controlled by the coiling dragon seal were pierced, and the attack stopped. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a burly man in front of Tion. He looked ferocious, and a dangerous aura flowed from his body. Junior brother? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Tion had a senior brother? Senior brother, that person wants to kill me. Lin Fei pointed at Long Liefen. Luoan revealed his white teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, you dare to bully my junior brother? Do you want to die?" Boom. A domineering spear shot toward Long Liefen. The spear shadow flashed. Long Liefan sensed the incoming danger. Before he could even put on his armor, the spear pierced through his chest. His powerful divine body was pierced through by the spear, causing cracks to appear all over his body. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the city walls of Dragon City. Behind him, a large portion of the formation restrictions also appeared to be damaged. Lin Fei didn't even think about attacking. His realm increased too quickly, and it would be too terrifying if word got out. It was better to let Luoan attack and pretend to be mysterious, which led to this scene. The burly man sent Long Liefen flying with a spear, which scared everyone. And the 3 of them, Lin Fei pointed. A wave of killing intent swept over. Sky Fox Z and the other 2's hearts sank. Seeing the spear sweep over, they were shocked to find that they couldn't dodge. The attack was too fast. The 3 of them flew out and smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Chapter 1798. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. Everyone only heard the word junior apprentice brother, and the dragon race's strongest person, Long Liefen, was sent flying. Then it was the other three powerhouses of the strongest races, so fast that people could not react. However, no idea who shouted, "He's a divine king!" Everyone only felt their breathing quicken, their mouths dry, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Since when did Tion have such a powerful senior apprentice brother, and he was even at the divine king realm? This news was simply unacceptable. In the past, no matter how famous Tion's reputation was, he was also one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation. But compared to the veteran sex, the difference in strength was huge. If they were really ruthless, taking care of Tion was nothing difficult. But now Tion had an additional senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, it was a divine king senior apprentice brother. That was completely different. Divine king? How is that possible? Impossible. What kind of strength does the dragon god have? What kind of strength does the other powerhouses have? Everyone is clear in their hearts. This kind of shocking aura, only a divine king can possess it. Really too terrifying. Tion actually has such a senior apprentice brother. Doesn't that mean that these celestial deity powerhouses might all come from the same place as Tion? Could it really be like the rumors? Tion comes from a hidden family clan. Everyone was completely unable to calm down. The eight great sects' resentment towards Tion was not small. They had never treated Tion as someone in the same position. They looked down on Tion. What caused an uproar in the territory was ultimately small squabbles. The scene of the informant completely changed their impression. Perhaps Tion really had a great background. Their judgment abilities would not be wrong. They easily recognized that this burly man was a divine king powerhouse. It was the real deal. It could not be wrong. With such a situation appearing, the eight great sects really took it seriously. Because a divine king powerhouse had appeared. Right now, they very much wanted to know if this divine king powerhouse was arranged by the higher-ups. If so, under which powerhouse did he come? This matter, they had to report it at once. That Tion also became no longer a dispensable person, but someone who could affect the situation below. The deterrence of a divine king, no one dared to ignore it. The Zong Mo Mountain and the Gong Tian sect, who had wanted to find trouble with Tion, both gasped. They were glad that they had lowered their heads and not gotten involved. Long Laifun's spear had pierced through his body. His strong body was filled with densely packed cracks as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. God King, it's impossible. Long Liefan knew very well just how difficult it was to go from God to God King. Even he only had half a foot in that realm. He still needed a very long time to reach God King. Originally, he wanted to capture Tion in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that Tion's senior brother would appear? Moreover, he was a God King. It was no different from slapping Long Liefan in the face. Even though Long Liefan was unwilling to accept it, other than a divine king, there was no one else who could injure him so easily. I've really miscalculated. Long Liefan saw that the Empyrean god of the dragon race was being suppressed by the Empyrean god that Tion had brought. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. No, I can't let Tion have his way. Long Liefan was unwilling to give up when he thought about how he was about to be ousted from his position as the dragon god. He didn't want to see the dragon god domain fall into their hands again. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill Tion, or you won't have an easy time. Long Liefan flew out again, his face contorted as he stared coldly at the burly man. Tion, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. He had to go all out. Long Liefan definitely wouldn't admit defeat today. He stared at his ninth brother, who had been defeated back then. Ninth brother, I've underestimated you. However, it won't be that easy for you to oust me. Suddenly, Long Liefan's aura expanded as he took out a dark golden dragon scale. His entire being became solemn. Great Emperor, there are traitors today. Please bestow your boundless power to help me quell the remaining rebels. The dark golden dragon scale was activated. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dark golden dragon scale, piercing through the entire domain. My dragon god scepter is one of them, the second is the coiling dragon seal, and the third is the ability to communicate with the upper world. With that, I can advance to the God King realm in a short time. Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Nine Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Communicate with the upper world to advance to the God King realm? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Luoan, who was beside him, was a one-star God King with a two-star battle technique. He was much stronger than the average one-star God King. Everyone, retreat! Retreat! Get away from here! I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have this kind of inheritance. No one present was stupid enough to interfere with a God King realm expert. Tian was no longer someone easy to deal with. With a God King realm expert by his side, no one was willing to offend him. If he wasn't here, it would be a different story. Would the Dragon Clan suffer heavy losses? They wouldn't interfere. This was Tian's private matter. There was no need for them to interfere. At this time, the Dragon God activated the dark golden dragon scale and pierced through the territory in a short time. By the time they reacted, a boundless energy fell on the Dragon God's body. Under the boundless energy, Long Liefen's injuries recovered in an instant. His half-step God King realm broke through to the God King realm and stabilized at the peak of one-star God King realm. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of a God King. Long Liefen felt his body was filled with destructive energy. His battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, the coiling dragon seal was activated again. Tian, I'll get rid of your senior brother first. Let's see what you can do then. Long Liefen laughed heartily as he activated the coiling dragon seal. 9 dragons galloped forward, each of them reaching the one-star God King realm. They were much stronger than before. No one doubted that as long as one was struck by these 9 dragons, death was certain. Facing the attack of the coiling dragon seal, Ron's eyes flashed with disdain. You want to take care of me and threaten Master with an attack that doesn't even have a one-star battle prowess? Damn it! The long spear was put away, and a war hammer was taken out. Its grade was not high, only a high-grade celestial god artifact. It was enough. You can't do it. Ron soared into the sky with the war hammer in his hand. He activated the chaotic cloak, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. One hammer to decide the world. The war hammer landed on Ron's hand. It enlarged infinitely, reaching 100,000 zhang. The sharp aura it exuded made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! The war hammer smashed down. The explosive power of a 2-star battle prowess cultivation technique was terrifying. Chapter 1799. Everyone in the draconic divine territory felt uneasy. A frighteningly tyrannical aura swept across everyone like a sharp knife, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. No one expected things to turn out this way. The royals in the draconic divine territory looked gloomy as well. Their 9th brother had brought them too much shock back then. They had even invited a divine king. They had suffered quite a blow. Fortunately, the dragon god had the great divine weapon of the Dragon Clan, which allowed him to communicate with the upper realm. He received a boost of power and broke through to the divine king realm, eventually stopping at the pinnacle of the 1-star divine king realm. This gave them hope again. With the power that the dragon god had obtained and the talents of the Dragon Clan, they would definitely be able to defeat the people brought by their 9th brother. That was what most people were thinking. The 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the others who were watching quietly left the battlefield to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. As for the young geniuses brought by the sects, they all suffered a blow. Tion, who seemed to be able to trample the sects to death with a single foot, was now so powerful that no one could easily deal with him. The demon mystic sect and the Bliss Palace had chosen to lower their heads, not daring to compete with Tion. The dragon god had been defeated, and he had communicated with the power of the upper realm to show off his strength. These powerhouses had thoughts again, and they could not wait for the two sides to fight to the death. Tion had now become a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, not long after this thought emerged in their minds, the dragon god, who had advanced to the level of a peak one-star divine king, was sent flying by Tion's senior brother's hammer. The sight of the gigantic crater outside Dragon City made them suck in a breath of cold air. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding me? That's the dragon god of the Dragon Clan. What the hell? Tion's senior brother is so powerful that he crushed the dragon god. It's hard to accept. The dragon god is finished. Looks like no one will be able to stop Tion today. The dragon god was sent flying by a hammer, and it was undoubtedly a slap to their beautiful dreams. Tion's senior brother was simply too ferocious. What should we do, Tianhuzi? Tian Yitzi had interfered because they were friends and allies. How could he have expected that he would be defeated so quickly? The dragon god, who had been strengthened, was also easily sent flying, and his face became gloomy. The Sky Fox Z's expression was extremely unsightly. The God King of Tion was like a blade hanging over their heads. Although their tribe was very strong and could pull out experts that could rival God Kings, they were still much weaker compared to this senior brother of theirs, Tion. Brother Long is really going to suffer this time. Heavenly Fox sighed. This Tion should be the young master of a hidden big family, or a spokesperson arranged by the upper realm. The only thing we need to do now is not to attack again. We have to lower our heads for the time being and leave this place alive. Are we not going to help Brother Long? Barbarian Bull was extremely unwilling. Heavenly Fox Z glared and said, Old Bull, if you want your strongest tribe to suffer a great loss of vitality, then go ahead and attack. Brother Long's defeat is already set in stone, and it is still unknown whether he can survive. What we need to do now is to make Tion accept our apology. As for other things, we can talk about it after we leave this place. Tian Yitzi was not a reckless person. The celestial powerhouse who blocked Tion previously had left a bad impression, so they had to resolve this misunderstanding first. Although the three of them were strong, they knew that they did not have the ability to leave in front of a God King expert, so they had to lower their heads. Luo En sent the dragon god flying with a hammer, leaving a super sinkhole on the ground. He's actually not dead yet? Luo En's attack just now was already very terrifying. After all, it was a 2-star cultivation technique. Looking at it with his divine sense, he saw that the person was not dead, but just heavily injured. The dragon race's physical body was so powerful that Luo En was a little surprised. Again, Luo En activated the War Hammer again, and the huge War Hammer drew a trace of terrifying aura as it smashed towards the super sinkhole. Boom boom boom! One hammer after another smashed towards the super sinkhole. Whoosh! Crash! The War Hammer fell and a terrifying power swept out. The ground crumbled and the mountains sank. Even the distant Dragon City was affected. Buildings collapsed, and even the sturdy city walls were destroyed by the shockwave. With just 3 strikes, Dragon City had almost been reduced to ruins. Array formation restrictions? All of them were destroyed by the terrifying power. Seeing San Chue's terrifying battle prowess, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the dragon god. Whether they could survive this attack was another matter. At least, they were not sure if they could survive. It was too terrifying. The difference between a heavenly god and a god king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ron hammered down 3 times, and his divine sense swept again to confirm whether the person was dead or not. And at this moment, a resentful voice came from afar, accompanied by a person coughing up blood. Dtion, you've won today, but I'll be back. When that time comes, it'll be your death day. Cough, cough, cough. Ron's face darkened, and he hurriedly chased after him. A person who was bound to die had actually escaped from his hands. This made him lose face. Senior brother, there's no need to chase. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The dragon god of the strongest dragon clan indeed had some trump cards. He could actually escape under Ron's attack. He was indeed capable. However, this also made Lin Fei a little surprised, but he didn't care. As long as the dragon god dared to appear again, Lin Fei would be able to kill him without Ron's help. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. On a distant, uninhabited star in the dragon god domain, a miserable figure appeared. His body was tattered from head to toe. One of his arms was broken and both legs were gone. His chest was covered in densely packed wounds. As soon as he appeared, Long Liefern coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and powerless. Cough, 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 I didn't think that I would actually lose, cough, cough, cough. Long Liefern had never thought that he would lose so badly, to the point where he was almost beaten to death. This place isn't safe, cough, 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 I have to leave immediately, that Dtion's senior brother is too strong. Even my physical body can't take it. If he catches up, I'll definitely die. Long Liefern took out a small warship. It was something he had prepared all along, and he would use it to escape at a critical moment. I'll definitely kill my way back. The dragon god Long Liefern escaped with heavy injuries. The others all had different expressions, but they all maintained a calm expression. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. With the defeat of the dragon gods, the battle here also came to an end. Ron's attack also sped up the entire process. The dragon kings were easily taken down, and the other heavenly gods of the dragon clan all chose to surrender when they saw that the situation was hopeless. At the very least, they would be able to survive. With the super-killing machine of the God King, no waves were stirred in the dragon god domain. Chapter 1800. A dragon god convention that was supposed to be going well had ended up like this. Many people had no time to digest it. Everyone understood one thing. After today, the dragon god would be replaced by a new dragon god. Perhaps the 9 Dragons King would be the next dragon god again. Unless Long Liefern could deal with Dtion's senior one day. As long as Dtion was alive, he would never be able to take back the position of the dragon god. After seeing Long Liefern escape, the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were all prepared to leave the dragon god weave. Who knew if Dtion would make a move on them? They could not guarantee it. After all, Dtion was not someone who could be easily controlled. He was fierce and brave, so it was impossible for him to make a move. Zhong Mozhan of the Demon Mystic sect was the first to speak. Gong Tianlevel followed suit. Against Dtion, a powerful heavenly god, and a towering divine king, leaving this place seemed to be the best choice. Lin Fei did not want to let them leave just like that. Everyone, although the Dragon God Convention cannot continue, the new Dragon God's ascension still requires everyone to stay behind to be witnesses, lest word gets out and people misunderstand. I've decided to hold the Dragon God Ascension ceremony in 3 days. Everyone can leave after you've attended it. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. Luoyuan's sharp gaze swept across and he said plainly, Junior, there's no need to ask them about this. Master said that I'll help you kill anyone who displeases you. If one isn't enough, I'll kill 10. The leaders felt a gust of cold wind blow past them, and their hearts sank. Was Dtion's master that cruel? Kill anyone who displeased him? Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tianlevel felt their bodies tremble, as if Dtion was talking about them. Both of them reacted quickly. That's good. We'll definitely attend the ceremony. Zhong Mozhan said. Of course. The Bliss Palace will be the first to support the Dragon God Ascension ceremony. Under the leadership of the new Dragon God, the Dragon God will become even more powerful. The other leaders secretly cursed them for being coward. However, a godly king powerhouse had already spoken. Who would dare to say the word no at this point in time? Tion's senior brother might really kill them. Forget it. It's just a ceremony. It's not something we can't accept. That's great. We, the Zhengyi school, agree very much. Our immortal emperor school will definitely support it. With a single word from Ron, the giants all chose to cooperate. So be it. No one would die anyway. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ron was quite smart. He knew how to speak. Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm actually quite a good person. I won't take the initiative to kill people. My senior brother was just joking. Not taking the initiative to kill? No one believed that the dragon god would be driven away by you. Now that things had come to this, no one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei also arranged for people to ask the leaders to leave, while he led his people to Dragon City. After the battle, many buildings in Dragon City were destroyed. Fortunately, the entire city was not affected. At the very least, the Divine Dragon residence was still fine. Nine Dragons King, now that the Dragon God has escaped, he no longer has a chance to make a comeback. In a while, I will arrange for Heavenly God powerhouses to command you. As for the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan, I'll leave them to you. In the Great Hall of the Divine Dragon residence, Lin Fei left the rest of the matters to Nine Dragons King. Nine Dragons King was still in a state of excitement. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. From the start, everything seemed to be under his master's control. Returning to the Divine Dragon residence was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Thank you, Master. The Divine Dragon domain was very large. The battle in Dragon City was not large. Not everyone from the Dragon King's bloodline knew about it. Nine Dragons King personally led his people to sweep away the remaining forces. The Dragon God's scepter also appeared in front of the Dragon Clan once more. News of what happened in the past spread. In order to survive, Nine Dragons King's brother told everyone about what happened in the past. When this news spread, the entire Divine Dragon domain was shaken. There were still people who knew about what happened in the past. Many people were puzzled as to why the one who became the Dragon God was not Nine Dragons King, but another Dragon King. In addition, the appearance of Grand Elder Long Aoshue made everyone even more certain of the truth. Long Liefan had become a sinner of the Dragon Clan in the Divine Dragon domain. His bloodline was also wiped out by Nine Dragons King, captured and exiled to a sealed space. This method was accepted by everyone. Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. In any case, with Grand Elder and Nine Dragons King working together, and his own Heavenly God powerhouse assisting him, he would be disappointed if they still couldn't solve the problem. Master, this is our Dragon Clan's treasury. In a day's time, Nine Dragons King had settled everything. He stood in front of the Dragon Clan's treasury with Lin Fei. Is it appropriate? Nine Dragons King chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm Master's man, so the Dragon Clan's treasury is also Master's. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a bootlicker. Nine Dragons King chuckled. Without Master, I would still be wandering in the dark night galaxy. Don't even mention standing here. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He hadn't wasted his effort. Long Liefan had left in a hurry. The treasury's contents were untouched. As the stone door opened, a passage appeared. Holding the Dragon Clan's token, Nine Dragons King opened layer after layer of restrictions, arriving in a separate space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Anyone's eyes would light up upon seeing this. Even Lin Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw it. The Dragon Clan was too rich. Lin Fei was only a little surprised. He had seen too many good things, and these things were nothing in his eyes. Master, this way. This space was an independent space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Medicinal pellets, all sorts of materials could be found here. In front of the Dragon Clan's wealth, any local tycoon powerhouse outside was not worth mentioning. In the depths of the space, Nine Dragons King opened another restriction, and a pile of godheads appeared in front of Lin Fei, sparkling with various colors. Master, I know you like godheads. Our dragon clan doesn't have many things, but godheads are plentiful. Nine Dragons King was a perceptive person. Although he didn't know why his master liked godheads, he was very concerned about them. According to the information I have, the godheads here were collected by the Dragon Clan, dating back to the time of the first dragon god. These godheads aren't high grade. According to the statistics, there's a total of 80 million godheads. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but it was different when it came to godheads. The more of these things, the better. Last time, several million godheads were used up without much use. Lin Fei was still pondering when he should go to the god tomb to plunder more godheads. He didn't expect to receive a batch of godheads in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number reached an astonishing 80 million godheads. Chapter 1801. 80 million divine sparks. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this frightening number. He almost drooled. It was very useful. It won't be a problem for me to become a god king. I can also raise the grade of my 18 primordial chaos clones. I've gained a lot from this trip. Lin Fei took all the 80 million divine sparks without hesitation. Divine sparks were not very useful to the dragon race. They were not like humans, who used divine sparks to advance to the pseudo-heavenly god realm. At the very least, they were still heavenly god. The dragon race had always disdained such behavior. These divine sparks were really given to Tion. With these 80 million divine sparks, Lin Fei really did not care about anything else. As long as his strength increased, there was nothing he couldn't get. 80 million divine sparks was enough to do many things. Lin Fei was very happy. Nine Dragons King was also happy. The dragon race's divine sparks had been useless, and many had been given away. Even so, there were still 80 million divine sparks left. Not many forces could have this kind of foundation. Seeing his master happy, Nine Dragons King was also very happy. This was the result he wanted. Lin Fei did not take anything else. He just kept the 80 million divine sparks. Little Nine, from now on, you will manage the Dragon God domain well, and be the new Dragon God. Lin Fei put away the divine sparks and patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Nine Dragons King was clearly stunned. Master, how can I take the position of Dragon God? Why not? Are you not strong enough? The dragon race has a lot of resources. It's easy for you to advance. You don't have to worry about others messing around. When I leave, I will leave behind some heavenly gods to help you. Just be a good dragon god. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not want to be the dragon god. The invincible palace lord was already a headache, not to mention the dragon god domain. But Nine Dragons King did not expect that he would be the dragon god. No buts. You will take the position in 3 days. And prepare well. Lin Fei did not give Nine Dragons King a chance to speak. He took out a divine weapon and a divine armor. These are both high-grade divine sparks. If you use them at full power, their power will be very terrifying. Take them and refine them well. 3 days. Peace and quiet returned to the Dragon God domain. Several people of the Dragon King's bloodline were exiled. Under the Nine Dragons King's sweep, forces big and small were either eradicated or forced to surrender. The Nine Dragons King could already control the entire Dragon God domain. Other than a group of powerhouses, the Dragon God scepter in the Nine Dragon King's hands had also played a big role in Huang Xiaolong's success in controlling the Dragon God domain. During the era of the previous generation's Dragon God, the Dragon God scepter was the symbol of the Dragon God. Even when Long Liefen became the Dragon God, there were still many people who refused to accept him. Now that the Nine Dragons King had returned, and the Dragon God scepter appeared, everyone chose to side with him, and at the same time, supported the Nine Dragons King as the new dragon god. 3 days later, the ceremony would begin. Everyone in the dragon clan was willing to let the Nine Dragons King become the dragon god. The leaders of the 8 great sects, 7 great overlords, and other forces all attended the ceremony to witness this sacred moment. The Nine Dragon King also sat on the dragon god's throne as he wished. Everyone knew that one of the strongest races, the dragon race, had fallen under Tion's control. Although they were the 9 Dragon Kings in name, in reality, the 9 Dragon Kings and Tion were allies. To them, this wasn't good news, but they couldn't say anything. The 9 Dragons King had become the new dragon god, and the 9 Dragons King had no choice but to send a generous gift. For some reason, the 9 Dragons King's gifts were all godheads. Every sect sent 500,000 godheads. The Barbarian Bull Race, Sky Fox Race, and Sky Wing Race sent a total of 1 million godheads. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result, and he impolitely accepted it all. He carefully calculated the number of godhood he had received. Counting the godheads, there were more than 10 million godheads. Lin Fei was very happy because of this. He had made the right decision to keep them. Otherwise, where would he find 10 million godheads? Adding the 80 million godheads from before, he had close to 100 million godheads on hand. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. After the ceremony ended, the 9 Dragons King took the initiative to bid farewell. Their reasons were simple. Their sects had urgent matters to attend to, and Lin Fei didn't want to do anything to them for the time being. After all, the 8 major sects had powerful backing. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fei couldn't wait for them to leave. In less than half a day, the 8 major sects and 7 overlords had all left. After the 9 Dragons King became the new dragon god, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the dragon god domain. He had close to 100 million godheads. No matter what, he had to use them first to increase his strength. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter seclusion, the 9 Dragons King brought someone with him. In truth, he was forcing someone to come in. "Master, guess who I've brought?" 9 Dragons King was in high spirits. "Are you trying to keep me in suspense?" Lin Fei looked at the person. He didn't have any impression of him, but he was curious. Why did the 9 Dragons King bring someone like this? Who is this person? The 9 Dragons King pushed the middle-aged man forward, causing him to stumble. His face was filled with anger. "Master, he's the World Commerce Chamber's vice president, Feng Wanquan. This guy was hiding in Dragon City, and our people reported him. So we captured him. According to our understanding, Feng Wanquan came looking for Long Liefan, wanting him to deal with us." Feng Wanquan's expression was ugly. Why didn't he leave earlier? Now, he was in Tion's hands. Ever since he came to Dragon City, Feng Wanquan stayed there. He wanted to see Tion's misfortune, but he didn't expect that Tion would bring a senior brother, a God King realm expert, who could defeat the dragon god with a secret art. Feng Wanquan was scared out of his wits, so he went into hiding, not daring to go out. Who knew that the dragon clan would still come looking for him, and the leader was the steward who had brought him into the Divine Dragon residence back then. This fellow had heard that the World Commerce Association had a grudge against Tion, so he had reported the news. Under the encirclement of experts, the defenseless Feng Wanquan had been captured. "Yo, a big fish." Lin Fei was amused. "Little 9, you did well. You captured the World Commerce Chamber's vice president." Feng Wanquan's strength was restricted, so he said with a sullen face, "Tion, I'm from World Commerce Chamber. I think you should let me go as soon as possible. You don't have the right to imprison me." "What a temper! Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of World Commerce Chamber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept through them. He even dared to borrow a knife to kill someone. This made Lin Fei even more unhappy. He slapped Feng Wanquan, sending him tumbling to the ground. Little 9, send someone to send a letter to World Commerce Chambers branch. Tell them that Feng Wanquan tried to kill the current dragon god. For the sake of World Commerce Chambers face, ask them to prepare 5 million godheads. Otherwise, we'll kill them with our army. With that, Lin Fei ignored Feng Wanquan. Don't worry, master. I'll take care of this matter properly. 9 Dragon King had become quick-witted. He reached out and lifted Feng Wanquan up. I heard that your World Commerce Chamber has a strong foundation. 5 million godheads shouldn't be a problem, right? Impossible, the dragon god we've had changed to a new dragon god. After the 8 major sects left, the news spread like wildfire. Tion's infamy once again struck fear in the hearts of the people. No one had expected him to kill his way into the dragon god weave. Not only did he disrupt the dragon god convention, but he also chased the dragon god down from his pedestal. The scariest thing was that he had invited the Divine King's senior brother. This was the real heavyweight news. Apart from that, there were also thousands of heavenly gods who had turned the dragon god weave upside down. They had even forced the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony, and they had no choice but to offer generous gift. This kind of news spread like wildfire after someone intentionally spread it. No one knew who it was that one could offend anyone but Tion. Tion was the most terrifying existence. Tion's position as the number 1 of the younger generation was also firmly secured. No one could shake his position. No matter who it was, no one would dare to cause trouble for Tion even if they were given 100 guts. His senior brother, the Divine King, was not someone to be trifled with. He could poke you to death with a single finger. Deep underground in the Barbarian Bull tribe. As the strongest tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe also controlled a territory similar in size to the Dragon God Weave. At this time, deep underground, Long Liefen was sitting with a few people with a gloomy face. "Brother Long, how are your injuries?" Barbarian Bull asked. Long Liefen had long lost his high spirits and looked haggard. He said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. It's just that I ate a lot of medicinal pills. If it weren't for my strong divine body, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that Divine King." Although it sounded easy, Long Liefen's injuries were still very serious. The Divine King's power had not been expelled from his body, and he only had about 30% of his combat strength left. Tian Huzi and Tian Yitzi were both present. As members of the same alliance, the 3 of them had suffered at Tion's hands. They had even had to hand over 1,000,000 godhood. If they didn't, they might not have been able to leave the Dragon Godweave. This Tion is too despicable. He's relying on a Divine King. Sooner or later, Old Bull, will make Tion regret it. Barbarian Bull said angrily. Tian Huzi was much calmer than Barbarian Bull. "Brother Long, we must take revenge. However, now is not the time. You should first recover from your injuries. Old Bull is very safe here, and there's time acceleration. You can recover your strength in a few hundred years." Tian Yitzi followed. "Brother Long, this matter is not urgent. Tion is relying on a Divine King to act violently. We are not the only ones who want to deal with him. The 8 great sects will deal with Tion first. Just wait and see. The 8 great sects will definitely not allow Tion to exist." Long Liefen could naturally see this. "Old Bull, I'll really have to trouble you this time. If I had known that little 9 would make a comeback, I would have personally gone to kill him back then. This matter is all my fault." Chapter 1802. The ruler of the Draconic Divine Territory had changed hands. The matter continued to ferment. After the leaders of the 8 sects returned to their respective sects, they all used secret techniques to communicate with the upper worlds and send the news up. A powerful Divine King had appeared in the lower worlds, and Tion's background had become mysterious and unfathomable. They had to pay attention to it. Before they found out Chu Tion's true background, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain silent. They would definitely not cause trouble for Tion at this time. Demon Mystic Sect. deep in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Zhong Molshan had suffered a loss in the draconic divine territory, so he returned to his own territory and arranged for people to guard the back mountain. He entered alone. Deep in the forbidden area, there was a black stone tablet. Zhong Molshan activated the stone tablet, and a mysterious power connected to the upper world. On the same day, this mysterious power appeared in almost every single territory. Unfortunately, this mysterious power was unable to detect it. After a while, a shadow appeared in the sky above the stone tablet. The shadow was filled with a powerful will and a terrifying aura. Zhong Molshan lowered his head. Disciple Zhong Molshan greets Divine Messenger. Zhong Molshan, why did you activate the stone tablet? Didn't I say that it's not allowed to be activated unless it's something important? The will in the shadow said unhappily. Zhong Molshan instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He could only bite the bullet and say, Divine Messenger, please calm down. Please listen to my explanation. I was forced to activate it. Then tell me. Zhong Molshan was afraid that the Divine Messenger would not listen to him. He could not withstand the Divine Messenger's anger. Divine Messenger, it's like this. Zhong Molshan explained the matter in detail. He emphasized on Tian, the Divine King experts, and the thousands of Heaven God experts. Are you sure? The will said in a sharp voice. I'm sure, Zhong Molshan said. In the territory, there are almost no experts who have advanced to the Divine King realm. Only a few of us leaders can use the power of the upper worlds to advance to the Divine King realm in a short time. This senior brother Tian is very suspicious. I think it's necessary to tell Divine Messenger. Good, you've done well. Zhong Molshan heaved a sigh of relief. This is what I should do. Put aside the matter of Tian and that Divine King for now. You don't have to worry about a mere Divine King. 1 month later, bring the sex experts and the most talented disciples to the God's tomb. I will raise your strength through the God's tomb. Understood. The shadow on the stone tablet dissipated, and the powerful will also disappeared. Zhong Molshan's body straightened as he laughed evilly. Tian, I'll let you be happy for another month. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you regret it. Almost at the same moment, the 8 major sects all received this top-secret information. In the following days, the 8 sects and the 7 overlords were unusually quiet. This made many people unable to understand. The foundations of the 8 great sects weren't weak. Could it be that they really had to lower their heads in front of Tian? This was a very rare occurrence. More than 10 days passed, and the top forces remained silent. Tian's ferocious reputation had already made everyone fearful, and all sorts of gossip was spreading. Tian is too awesome. He's my idol. Now Tian is truly the #1 person of the younger generation. Look at the 8 major sects, they don't even dare to speak. Tian is mighty. I'm going to join the Invincible Palace. The outside world was abuzz with the rumors. At least, at this time, Tian's ferocious reputation was the loudest. No matter which corner of the world you were in, you would know the name Tian. If you said you hadn't heard of him, you could only say that you were outdated. 10 days later, the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce sent an elder to the Draconic Godweave, requesting to meet the Dragon God. 9 Dragons King received the elder. As soon as the elder arrived, he explained that the assassination of the Dragon God was a misunderstanding, emphasized that the World Commerce Chamber would not interfere in this matter, and presented 9 Dragons King with a generous gift. At the same time, there were also 5 million godheads. Finally, after much persuasion, 9 Dragons King finally agreed to let him go safely. After the World Commerce Chamber's elder received Vice President Feng Wanquan, he immediately left the Draconic Godweave with his people. He was afraid that the Dragon Clan would put him under house arrest again. With 5 million godheads in hand, Lin Fei was not as excited as before. He had seen 80 million godheads, so a mere 5 million godheads was nothing to him. In the secret space of the battle fortress, Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation had just begun. First, he had to raise his cultivation level. That was something he had to do. Lin Fei had not used the godheads he had plundered. Now that he had 5 million godheads, he had exactly 100 million godheads on hand. He could squander them to his heart's content. Awesome! 100 million godheads piled up like a mountain. It was a stunning sight. As long as I advance to the God King realm, I can summon God King powerhouses, or even hierarch powerhouses. No matter what the 8 major sects are plotting, I won't have to worry about it. Lin Fei had never underestimated the 8 major sections. After all, they had a God Emperor powerhouse as their backer. That was no ordinary feat. Most importantly, they seemed to be plotting in the territories below. Even with a God King by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was not too safe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. You are now a 1-star God King. With 5 million godheads, Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm. A stronger feeling appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Activating God King summoning mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Permission to summon an hierarch powerhouse. The cold voice of the system became extremely tempting in Lin Fei's ears. Damn, I can finally summon an hierarch powerhouse. Lin Fei opened the page and couldn't help but gasp. Summon an hierarch powerhouse, hierarch shard. Lin Fei could not help but gasp. How much was one God King powerhouse? Summoning an hierarch powerhouse required 100 million hierarch shards? This is too much. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to summon an hierarch powerhouse immediately. Now, it seemed that he had to postpone it. Lin Fei flipped to another page. Would the number of God King powerhouses increase to an extremely high number? With a single look, he realized that his guess was correct. Luckily, summoning a God King powerhouse is not that expensive. Only 10 million Godhead shards will do. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million shards was still acceptable. At the very least, he could summon 1 or 2 Godhead shards for protection. He had thought that 100 million Godhead shards was a lot. Now, it seemed that it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have 1-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him, God power was the focus. 1-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to 2-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few hundred million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time, he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released, and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 god deity, and they still haven't reached 1-star god realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 god deity. 100,000, 18 of them, that was 8 million god deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your god power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own. Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation, he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, the energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the godly monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 godhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 godhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the godly monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 godhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade godly monarch weapon? He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million godhoods and opened a low-grade godly monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The godly monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attack. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million godhood. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million godhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done. Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million godhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, He saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million godly monarch shards to summon 6 godly monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star godly monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star godly monarch. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star godly monarch. Summoning 6 godly monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed, and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic Godweave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them, and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic Godweave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Tion might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Tion. Take good care of Draconic Godweave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted 9 Dragons King's shoulder. Oh right, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads, and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. 9 Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefan came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally, he wanted Lin 2 and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey, he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin 2, Lin San, and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 God Kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 1.56 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With God Kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb, that ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star God King guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Arakoa. After the news of the dragon god we've spread, the two had already regarded Earth Sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Arakawa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him, and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godhead. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place, a towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one was, one could not withstand the attack of the number 1 divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain, at this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way we can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that Di Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him? Deity Emperor Jing Yi sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Jing Yi, he only harumphed. It's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Jingyi sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with Brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Di Tian has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme Bliss Deity Emperor stood on Profound Devil Deity Emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Di Tian is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Di Tian's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous Profound Saint Deity Emperor said in a deep voice, even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm. it's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Emotion is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Shintian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words, divine child, made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God's Son must be controlled by us, no one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 God Emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Jing-yi, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Shintian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Emotion, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter. Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Dtion is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Dtion is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the divine dragon territory and chased the current dragon god down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped. It seems that the old dragon god is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Dtion. The old dragon god is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born. The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast. Lin Yi said with a smile. All right. Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Lin Yi frowned and said, Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are. Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, could it be that they are coming for me? System, show me the images. The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the Godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence. Chapter 1805. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Coupled with the activated concealment function, it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei was surprised to find the battleships of the 8 major sections. It seemed that they did not need to go to the god's graveyard at this time. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to the god's graveyard. There was no other destination in this direction besides the god's graveyard. They probably had the idea of going to the god's graveyard after the dragon god ceremony ended. If that's the case, they left very early. Their battleships are not as good as my battle fortress. That's why I was able to catch up to them so quickly. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and came up with a conclusion that was close to the truth. That should be it. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to hide. They could not be found at this time. Master, we need to hurry to the god's graveyard. No matter what their purpose is, it must be related to the higher-ups. Lin Yi analyzed. Maybe it's because Master appeared out of nowhere and affected their next plan. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. The sects of the 8 major sects must have appeared together for a purpose. It was most likely to contact the upper realm. Ignore them for now. Let's go to the god's graveyard first. No matter what it is, we will find it before them. Lin Fei was very confident in the battle fortress. At least, he was faster than them. Under the condition that they wouldn't be disturbed. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Unless someone bumped into it, normal people would not be able to find it. Even if they used their divine sense to check, the result would be the same. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei left their battleships behind. People from the 7 overlords? After leaving those battleships behind, Lin Fei found traces of the 7 overlords. They were also piloting battle fortresses. If not for the system's constant scanning, Lin Fei would not have found out. Damn, are they all going to the god's graveyard? After paying a small price, Lin Fei found a few battle fortresses, one of which belonged to the Yama overlord. They were flying side by side, looking very majestic. It's a good thing I've turned on the system. If I were to continue forward, I might really run into them. Lin Fei frowned. It was not easy for him to find time to come to the tomb of the god of sin, but he happened to run into these people, which made him very unhappy. If only we could improve the fort's performance a little more, then we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Lin Fei sighed. At this speed, there was no way they could get rid of them. As if hearing Lin Fei's thoughts, the little devil appeared again. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Fei was used to it. Master, you want to modify the battle fort? Lin Fei knew very well that under normal circumstances, the little devil would rarely take the initiative to appear. His eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Of course there is. Modifying a battle fortress is a piece of cake in your words. The little devil pulled out a virtual page, pointed at a few points, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The whole process only took a moment. Look, this is the modification plan after the system analyzed it. The little devil threw the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. The system could also analyze modifications? After opening the scroll, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. If I modify it according to the scroll, my battle fort will become a divine weapon that can evolve. Although Lin Fei had a low-grade God King weapon, it was not easy to keep up with the speed of evolution. If the battle fort could really evolve, Lin Fei would be very happy. At least for traveling, the battle fort would be useful. If he could increase its attack power, Lin Fei believed that the battle fort would become the most terrifying weapon of war. Nothing else could compare to it. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he also knew that this kind of modification was not a small matter. If it was not done well, it would cost a lot of money. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Lin Fei saw the modification cost at the bottom of the map, Lin Fei still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were a few simple numbers written on the map. Total modification cost 1 billion divinities. This modification cost was really not low. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Little devil, you have given me a difficult problem. After seeing the modified battle fort, who can resist this temptation? But this 1 billion divinities, even if you sell me, you may not be able to get it. The little devil laughed. I believe Master can do it. 1 billion divinities is really not a lot. If you can't gather it in this world, you can go to the upper realm and rob whoever doesn't want to give. I know a few places that have divinities. For example, the 8 major sects, the representatives of the upper realm. Master can rob them, and I guarantee that you will get something. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. The representatives of the 8 great emperors should have a lot of divinities in the sections. Even if they didn't have tens of millions of divinities from the dragon race, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 20 million, right? In the end, Lin Fei still suppressed the idea. This matter could not be rushed. At this time, the little devil began to speak again. How about this? Master can modify some aspects of the battle fort. The cost is not that high. Lin Fei felt that this was doable. Then what should we modify first? Let's modify the speed first, the little devil said. The battle fort's speed is not bad, but it has reached its limit. If the speed of the battle fort is modified, Master can completely leave those overlords behind. No one can catch up. This was doable. How many divinities do we need? Master currently has more than 2 million divinities. Based on the current foundation, we can barely increase the speed by 2 times. If we want to modify the speed completely, we will need 100 million divinities. Did he hear that it was 2 times? Although Lin Fei felt heartache about the divinities, they were things that were meant to be used. Okay. Lin Fei did not hesitate. I don't know when it will be done. The little devil snapped his fingers. 1 hour. 2 million divinities were used. Lin Fei had really become a pauper. Fortunately, there were divinities in the tomb of the gods. As long as he reached there, he could collect the divinities. It was still acceptable. Master, the modification is done. The little devil reappeared and said with a smile. So fast. Of course. Master doesn't need to worry at all when I do it. The little devil said proudly. I have already modified the power of the battle fort. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high, but the speed can be increased by 2 times. The speed of the battle fort was controlled by the formation restriction. Lin Fei was not very familiar with this formation restriction and did not want to know. It was fine as long as the effect was out. Battle number 1. Activate the battle fort. Lin Fei passed the order. Yes, Master. Battle number 1 activated the battle fort. Lin Fei only felt his body tremble slightly. The huge battle fort rushed out like a violent flying car. Fast. It was really fast. The speed of the battle fort was increased by 2 times from its original speed. The speed of the battle fort was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, the few battle forts from before were already in front of him. With a few whooshes, they passed by, leaving only a shadow. Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's just that the modification fee is too high. Because of a small accident, the battle fort was modified. Although it increased its speed, Lin Fei no longer had any doubts about the modification of the entire battle fort. Should I help the 7 overlords modify it? Lin Fei pondered. I think they would be willing to pay a sum of divinities. Increasing its speed by 2 times was not a simple matter. Behind them, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sat under a pavilion, tasting immortal wine. The maid beside him occasionally handed him immortal fruits, thinking about what he would gain from this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. As something passed by? Suddenly, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sensed something passing by. The battle fort had already been refined by the overlord of the plenitude overlord. He would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. The overlord of the plenitude overlord would never be wrong about his feelings. That can't be. How could there be something faster than the battle fort? The overlord of the plenitude overlord used his divine sense to search again, but to no avail. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Did nothing pass by just now? The overlord of the plenitude overlord muttered to himself. The battle fort itself was the fastest thing in the territory. Even the peak Empyrean gods of the 9 stars could not compare. Daoist Sun Luo, did something pass by just now? Daoist Sun Luo, did you feel something pass by? The overlord of the plenitude overlord's eyes widened. You felt it too? Could there really be something faster than the battle fort? Lin Fei did not know about the gloomy look on the overlord of the plenitude overlord's face. With its twice the original speed, the battle fort was like a flying beast. It sped along the way, leaving all the other warships behind. The energy consumption was also a huge figure. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If it did not consume energy, its speed could be increased. At the very least, Lin Fei had accepted the powerful modification ability of the system. If he had 1 billion godheads, he really wanted to see how terrifying the modified attack would be. Another few days passed. Lin Fei did not encounter another warship. He was already sure that he had shaken them off. Master, I think we've arrived. On the top of the battle fort, Lin Yi pointed at an eerie land in the distance. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw a fragment of an eerie land in the distance. No, this is not the tomb of the god of sin. We've arrived at the periphery. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Look, there is more than one eerie land. Indeed, as they got closer, pieces of eerie land floating in the air appeared. Chapter 1806. The star continent fragments that filled the sky still gave Lin Fei a huge shock. How tragic this must be! Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim. The star continent was broken into pieces. One could only imagine the intensity of the battle back then. Now, Lin Fei could also shatter the star continent, but it was far from the size of the floating star continent fragment. Even a god-king powerhouse might not be able to shatter a star continent fragment of this level. The bigger the star continent, the more power it required. It wasn't something that could be easily shattered. Master, these floating star continent fragments all have a horrifying aura. They should be left behind by those people back then. Lin Yi said from the side. Can you do it? Lin Yi shook his head. Not now. Lin Fei had expected this. The battle here was even more tragic than expected. The battle fort flew carefully. Lin Fei also tried to make Battle 1 not let the battle fort touch the star continent fragment. It seemed safe, but who knew if there was any danger? There were more star continent fragments floating in the sky than expected. At a glance, they were everywhere. The battle fort could only move carefully. Boom! Not long after, the battle fort was hit by a moving star continent fragment. On the star continent, a shadow appeared and slapped the battle fort heavily, causing the entire battle fort to shake. Go! With one slap, Lin Fei felt the horrifying power. This was at least a god-king level attack. Fortunately, the speed of the battle fort had been modified. He escaped the scene immediately. The roars behind him continued. An illusory figure appeared, which also attracted a few illusory experts in the vicinity. Master, those are the grievances left behind by the powerhouses before they died. They are attached to the fragments. Whoever touches the fragments will appear and attack anyone. Lin Yi explained. Lin Fei finally understood what it meant. So dangerous. The little fiend jumped out again. Master, 2,000,000 godhoods. That's not a loss, is it? If you remodel the entire battle fortress, you don't have to worry about the attack just now. Lin Fei said heavily, I will modify them all sooner or later. The fragment of the stellar continent floated in the air. Lin Fei became extremely careful. At the same time, he opened the system and searched for traces of godhood. Unfortunately, there was no godhood on the shard. Just like that, he carefully advanced while searching for godhood. 3 days later, Lin Fei left the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin. He didn't have to worry about encountering the star continent fragment anymore. A dark, silent continent appeared in Lin Fei's sight. This should be the real battlefield. Lin Fei could already feel the murderous aura of the continent rushing toward him. A long time passed, but that didn't mean the killing aura would disappear. Master, this place is very dangerous. Lin Yi's expression also became grave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The battle fort hadn't gone far. In midair, a terrifying aura of the Great Path shot out. The battle fortress was shaken by the bombardment, and its sturdy exterior started to shake. Traces were also left behind. We can't fly in the sky anymore. Lin Fei immediately realized that in the sky above this continent, it was filled with killing intent. With the current battle fortress, it probably wouldn't be able to find many godhoods before it was blasted into pieces by these great path powers. Go down immediately. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to go down. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The battle fortress rushed to the ground. The great path attacks that filled the sky were still attacking. In less than a moment, the battle fortress had been attacked countless times and was filled with densely packed pits. Once on the ground, Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and put on the low-grade God King armor. He quickly avoided the great path attacks and finally got rid of them. The tomb of the God of Sin is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei was hiding in a large pit. He could still hear the rumbling sound. It took a long time before it dissipated. At the very least, I can't fly in the sky anymore. Whoever dares to fly up will definitely be turned into a hornet's nest. Lin Fei leaned against the back of the pit and couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. These were all genuine God King level attacks. There might even be more. Originally, he thought that searching for godheads would be a simple matter. Now, from Lin Fei's point of view, it should be a very dangerous matter. They had just arrived, and they were already treated like this. Lin Fei was indeed worried. Master, look in front. Suddenly, Lin Yi jumped out of the pit and stared in front of him. Lin Fei also followed him out. He saw that there was a big, faintly discernible mound in front of him, lying on the flat ground just like that. A huge tomb. Lin Fei and Lin Yi carefully moved forward. They stopped not far from the big mound. The big mound in front of them was very big, like a tall mountain. The most unbelievable thing was that the big mound was covered with magic arrays and restrictions. Could it be that the corpses from the great battle were gathered together and buried here? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He had a guess. It seemed that other than this reason, no one would be so bored as to make such a big mound. Lin Fei looked around the big mound, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He asked Lin Yi to go and check nearby. He suspected that there should be a lot of such big mounds. The magic arrays and restrictions were not easy to break. Lin Fei was really not worried. With the system, as long as he paid the godheads, he was not afraid that he could not open these big mounds. After a while, Lin Yi flew back. Master really guessed it. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, I found several big mounds. They look almost the same as the one in front of us. They should be the land of bones. Lin Fei could already determine the use of these big mounds. There should be corpses buried underneath. I just don't know who was so bored to bury them. Why did they have to set up magic arrays and restrictions? This kind of damned place is not for ordinary people. Even 9 stars celestial gods would die in this place. Lin Fei curled his lips. No matter what, these big mounds are mine. Lin Fei decided to be a grave robber. No matter what, he would dig it up first. How many godheads are needed to break the magic arrays and restrictions here? 500,000 godheads. The little devil asked for an exorbitant price again. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you need to be so expensive? These big mounds are all magic arrays and restrictions set up by peak god kings. In this world, except for me, no one can break them. The little devil said proudly. Really thick-skinned. 500,000 godheads were almost the last of Lin Fei's wealth. If he did not find it, he would really have a headache. Fight. Lin Fei decisively chose to use 500,000 godheads to break the magic arrays and restrictions. Chapter 1807. Alright, you can come in now. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the little devil flew out again and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. So fast. Although Lin Fei wasn't very good at array restrictions, he was also clear that the array restrictions here were different from those outside. It shouldn't be that easy to break them. The little devil said disdainfully. Humph, these array restrictions, no matter how many come, I can easily break them. Lin Fei surrendered. Go in from there. The little devil pointed to a position in front of him. I have already broken the array restrictions. You just have to go in from this position. Remember, don't wander around. I am only opening a passage. If you are attacked by the array restrictions, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei blinked. Passage, what do you mean? You didn't completely break it? Are there still array restrictions? This was the worst joke Lin Fei had ever heard. The little demon said seriously, Master, you're dreaming. 500,000 godheads can only open a passage. It's not a complete break. You can't do it with this price tag. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Alright, there is a passage. Lin Fei followed the direction and walked into the big mound. Just as the little devil had said, the inside and outside of the big earth mound was covered with array formations. Lin Fei could only carefully walk in a passage. Beside him was the array formation restrictions. The constant roaring of thunder and golden heptachi were densely packed. Lin Fei didn't dare to wander around. Under the guidance of the little devil, he finally came to the center of the big mound. So big! It didn't take long for Lin Fei to come to the center of the big mound. He felt that it was very big inside. Aside from that, there were also mountains of bones. Some were dozens of feet long, while others were hundreds of feet long. They were all piled up densely. So many bones! Lin Fei glanced at it and knew that someone had used a great mystic art to collect the bones and piled them up here. Master, there are words here. Lin Yi shouted at Lin Fei from afar. When Lin Fei heard that there were no spell formations or restrictions inside, he relaxed. He walked over to Lin Yi's side and saw a stone stele in front of the skeleton. There were words on the stone tablet. Jingyi Divine Emperor? Perhaps it was a matter of time or the stone tablet, but Lin Fei saw a few bold and forceful words left on the stone tablet. This should have been erected by one of the 9 Shenhuang. Could it be the Shenhuang behind the Jingyi school? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and unconsciously contacted the Jingyi school. In the worst-case scenario, they should be the subordinates of Emperor Jingyi. They died in battle under this starry sky and were buried together. Lin Fei quickly came to a conclusion. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to these matters. Divinity was the most important thing. After spending 500,000 divinity, he couldn't return empty-handed. Lin Fei asked Lin Yi to look for it while he began to look for it himself. Master, you actually don't need to look for the divinity. They have all been collected and placed on the altar in the center of the skeleton, as well as the broken divine artifacts. The little devil interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts of looking for it. Why didn't you say so earlier? There was indeed an altar in the center of the skeleton. This altar was very big. When he saw the altar, Lin Fei couldn't help but squint his eyes and exclaim, so many divinity. Jingyi Divine Emperor finally did a good deed for once. There were a lot of divinity piled up on the altar. In addition, there were also the divine artifacts that the little devil mentioned. Most of them were damaged. After a long time, they had long become scrap metal and had no value. Of course, if he looked carefully, there were still some that could be used, and their power was also quite good. The current Lin Fei didn't care about these little things. Divinity was the biggest help. Master, these divinity should have been deliberately left behind. Maybe it was left for Jingyi's sect. Lin Yi suddenly interjected. This time they are doomed to be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. It doesn't matter whether he left it for Jingyi's sect or not. Now it's all mine. Using 500,000 divinity to break the formation restriction was not in vain. There are at least millions of divinity here. The pile of bones was so densely packed that it was uncountable. The number of divinity was indeed a lot. Although there was a formation restriction on the altar, it couldn't stop the little devil. On the premise that he paid 300,000 divinity, Lin Fei had no choice but to agree. After using 800,000 divinity, Lin Fei stood in front of the altar and put away all the divinity. The system also calculated the number of divinity in the shortest time possible. 23 million divinity. When Lin Fei saw the number, he couldn't help but feel excited. There were millions of divinity in a big mound. Lin Yi found many big mounds outside. Didn't it mean that he could also harvest tens of millions of divinity? Awesome! If it weren't for the little devil, Lin Fei would probably only be able to widen his eyes and not be able to carry anything. The divinity was collected. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the broken divinity divine artifact. After converting them, he could at least exchange them for some divine power. It's a pity that there are no medicinal pills or divine stones. Lin Fei looted everything on the altar, leaving behind a pile of bones. Master, these gods' bones can also be recycled because their bones are God's bones. Although the quality is very ordinary, they also condensed countless divine power. The little devil reminded. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? I'll take it. Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary god. Divine power was like plain water, there was never a need to be afraid of too much. It could be said that the more divine power, the better. The original 3,000 trillion divinity was consumed in one go, and only about 2,000 trillion divinity was left. Lin Fei urgently needed to replenish his divinity. Master, if you are willing to pay 100,000 divinity, I can rearrange this place again. No one will be able to recognize it. After coming out, the little devil laughed mischievously. That's possible. Lin Fei had just harvested more than 8 million divinity. If he used 100,000 divinity to repair it, even if the righteous sect really came, they wouldn't be able to find any traces. Now Lin Fei didn't want all his secrets to be exposed. Alright, 100,000 divinity it is. The little devil spent some more effort to repair the gap in the formation. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, the result was the same. Master, if the righteous sect and the others come and enter, they will definitely be dumbfounded. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. That scene was particularly interesting just thinking about it. That's a must. If they don't want to deal with me, I'll make it hard for them. After gaining something from the first big mound, Lin Fei began to dig the grave. At this time, as long as it was a big mound, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a sparkling treasure house. With the little devil in charge, no matter what formation restrictions there were, they could be broken. The premise was that there was divinity to pay. Compared to the harvest in the big mound, the divinity to break the formation restrictions became less important. 3 million divinity. 73 million divinity. 15 million divinity. Every time a big mound went in, Lin Fei would have a satisfactory harvest. At the same time, he also found that every big mound had a stone tablet erected, with different names. Some were Righteous Divine Emperor, some were Creation Divine Emperor, and some were Dark Demon Divine Emperor, and so on. In this way, Lin Fei was even more certain that these big mounds were made by the Divine Emperors. Now, it was Lin Fei who took advantage of it. The number of big mounds also exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. When there were 100, Lin Fei plundered 600 million divinity. In other words, there were more than 600 million heavenly gods participating in the battle on this battlefield. Only the divine realm could come up with such a huge number. Lin Fei was quite shocked. Back then, in order to deal with the primal chaos divine emperor, the 8 divine emperors probably put in a lot of capital and put so many heavenly gods on the battlefield. Perhaps these heavenly god powerhouses were actually cannon fodder on the battlefield. Although Lin Fei sighed, he could not wait for more divinity. Apart from here in the tomb of the god of sin, it was not an easy task to find so many divinity again. The number of big mounds was far more than 100, and this was just the beginning. 200, 300, 400, 500. The number of big mounds was also gradually increasing, and it was not as close as before. And the number of heavenly god powerhouses participating in the battle had reached 3 or 4 billion. The number of divinity in Lin Fei's hands had reached more than 3 billion divinity. This was a huge number. Lin Fei was beaming. Not only did he collect a large number of divinity, but his divine power had also rushed from 2,000 trillion to more than 3,000 trillion, a full increase of 1,000 trillion. After the 600th big mound. On the battlefield, there was almost no big mound. Lin Fei also went from the periphery of the tomb of the god of sin battlefield to the center of the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Fei searched along the way, he saw all kinds of great path waste on the battlefield, turning into phantoms, constantly moving. Master, be careful, these are the divine thoughts left by God King powerhouses. Lin Yi had just warned. Not far away, a phantom with a blurry face seemed to have sensed someone and blasted a punch across the air. The powerful killing intent instantly locked on the two of them. Lin Fei's face darkened, and Lin Yi quickly made a move, also blasted out a punch. Master, run! The blurry phantom blasted out a punch, and the nearby wandering phantoms instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 40 God King powerhouses, attacking the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying attack, Lin Fei immediately activated the invincible defense, and he also shot out, retreating out of this central area. Cough, cough. The sky full of attacks blasted on his body. Lin Fei's blood and qi surged, and he finally escaped the central area and returned to a safe place. The pursuing God King powerhouses seemed to be restricted, unable to chase out. After stopping for a while, they began to swim again. Lin Fei patted his chest. Lin Yi, didn't you say that they were formed from divine thoughts? This strength is too terrifying. At this time, Lin Yi was not feeling well either. The supreme-grade heavenly god battle robe on his body had long been broken, and he kept coughing up blood. His injuries were not light, but not to a very serious extent. Chapter 1808. Dangerous. Really dangerous. 30 to 40 god kings attacking, just the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. Lin Fei activated invincible defense, and still felt a terrifying killing intent. If not for the system's invincible defense, he would definitely be blasted into pieces. So scary. Being locked on by thousands of heavenly gods, Lin Fei did not feel this kind of fear. God kings were god kings. Luckily, they seem to be restricted to a certain extent and can't come over. As a 6-star god king, Lin Yi also felt great pressure. If they really come over, we really have to run. Lin Fei stared at those wandering god kings and could not help but frown. Was the war back then so terrifying? Lin Fei couldn't help but be alarmed. Almost 4 billion heavenly god powerhouses had participated in the battle, and now there were god king powerhouses. He even suspected that in the depths of the divine tomb, there might be hierarch-level super powerhouses who had fallen. This place is really scary. Lin Yi also had a rare solemn expression. I think we should not go in. In this area, the number of wandering god kings will definitely be a terrifying number. Once we go in, we will be surrounded, and it will not be easy to come out. Lin Fei had plundered more than 3 billion godheads and swept all the things in the periphery. It could be considered a rewarding return. Leaving now would also be a fruitful harvest, but Lin Fei's adventurous spirit told him that the harvest in the depths of the god's tomb would definitely be more bountiful. This thought constantly reminded Lin Fei. Should I risk it? Although 3 billion godheads was a lot, it was really not much for Lin Fei. Just modifying the battle fortress would use 1 billion godheads, and the remaining godheads were used for leveling up his clone. It was completely not enough. After all, his clone was only at the 4-star heavenly god realm, far from the 9-star heavenly god realm. More importantly, this was a bottomless pit. If I barge in with invincible defense activated, I don't know if I can withstand it. Lin Fei pondered. Invincible defense was still very powerful. However, if there were a lot of divine kings and they kept attacking, the consumption of invincibility point would be a terrifying number. Lin Fei himself was going to suck in a breath of cold air. After all, invincible defense relied on invincible points, and the stronger the attacker, the more invincible points needed to be blocked. 10 divine kings were still okay, 30 or 40 were still acceptable, but once it reached hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands, then the consumption. Even though Lin Fei had harvested a large amount of divine deity, he still couldn't withstand this terrifying consumption. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't be willing to use this method. Master, do you want to capture all these god kings? The little devil laughed and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he forget about the little devil? This black-hearted guy seemed to have a way to deal with him, as long as there was a divine spark. What's the price? Lin Fei asked directly. It's not expensive at all. Capturing a god king only costs 500,000 godheads. It's nothing to master. Moreover, after the system refines the captured god king, it can be used to refine weapons of mass destruction. God King Exploding Bead. Not only can it be refined by a God King, you can also obtain a God King grade Godhead. A God King grade Godhead is much stronger than an ordinary heavenly God realm Godhead. The little devil tempted. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very black-hearted, and he didn't know where he learned it from. However, the little devil's words were still very attractive to him. Of course, about 500,000 divine deity for a divine king, Lin Fei had long chosen to ignore it. Is the effect really that good? Moreover, could it be that one divine king level divine deity is worth 500,000 divine deity? Lin Fei had some doubts. Master, when have I ever lied to anyone? The little devil harumphed. You'll feel great in a while. First, this God King Exploding Bead compresses your divine sense into a bead. When you encounter a strong enemy, just throw it out. If you throw 10 beads at an ordinary God King, it's guaranteed to heavily injure them. 20 beads is enough to kill them. As for ordinary heavenly gods, you can kill as many as you come. It can be said to be an invincible killing weapon. It's all thanks to Master's good luck that you could find so many raw materials here. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. Although he was a 1-star God King and could easily deal with heavenly gods, if he really encountered a God King level powerhouse, especially a powerful one, it would definitely not be good. If he had a large number of God King Exploding Beads, dealing with a God King would be much easier. Isn't it just 500,000 divine deities? I'll pay for it. Lin Fei quickly made up his mind. Get rid of these wandering God Kings. No matter why they stayed here, they were now raw materials for the system. At this time, Lin Fei hoped that there would be as many God Kings as possible. When the time came, if a God King made him unhappy, he could throw a bunch of God King exploding beads at them. Master, go in and lure some God Kings over. I've already made arrangements here. The little devil had a way to deal with God Kings. Lin Fei still had to lure some God Kings back. Fortunately, Lin Yi was here. Everyone went in different directions to lure the wandering God Kings. The battlefield was uneven. Lin Fei released a bit of energy and the wandering God Kings charged over. Between heaven and earth, energy constantly fluctuated. Hence, a hilarious scene appeared on the battlefield. The person in front was flying while the 100 God Kings behind controlled the Great Tao to attack the person in front. All sorts of Great Tao attributes bombarded Lin Fei's body. Freezing, slowing, petrification, and many other things appeared. Fortunately, Lin Fei activated his invincible defense. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. Only he could persist in such a place and successfully lure the God Kings over. They're here. Lin Fei entered the array formation and finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Lin Yi also attracted over 30 God Kings, but he was also unbearably tired. More than 100 God King powerhouses barged into the array formation. The terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. Seal! The moment the God Kings charged in, the little devil activated the array formation and temporarily sealed the God Kings. The powerful effect of the system was also displayed. It swept away all the God Kings at the scene. Lin Fei blinked so fast. The little devil stretched out her hand. 150 God Kings, a total of 75 million God Sparks. What about the God Sparks? The little devil pointed to a few nearby regions. Their God Sparks are scattered around. Later, I will help you collect them one by one. Now, your mission is to lure the God Kings in this region over. Since you are my master, I can delay collecting the God Spark. Lin Fei felt much better. Lin Yi, continue working. Chapter 1809. On the way to the Divine Tomb. The 8 sects were heading towards the Divine Tomb at their fastest speed. This time, the 8 sects went to the tomb of the god of sin in private. They did not do it in a mighty way, but in secret. Not only that, they also brought the young masters of their sects, all of whom were top-notch geniuses. The 8 sects were located in different territories. Thus, some were fast, some were slow, forming a ladder. Soon, the 8 sects all met up. Everyone was clear about the purpose of this trip, so there was nothing to hide. Otherwise, the 8 sects wouldn't have suppressed the 7 overlords. Even though they would fight amongst themselves, the 8 god emperors were still allies. If they met an enemy, they would immediately form an alliance to deal with the enemy. The people of the 8 sects soon met on a warship. I heard that the 7 overlords are here too. Should we teach them a lesson? Zhong Mo Shan said sinisterly. Whenever the 7 overlords were mentioned, he would think of Di Tian, that bastard. The Thousand Goblins sect had always been on good terms with the Mystic Demon sect, and this generation's sect master, Jin Wuzi, said in a low voice, "Who are the 7 overlords? Apart from us, no one else has the right to possess the things in the godly tomb. We must teach the 7 overlords a lesson. The 7 overlords are definitely ahead of us. They won't be able to pass through the outer fragments so easily. When the time comes, if there's a chance, it's best if we kill them in the divine tomb," Gong Tianlevel said with a stern face. They didn't like the 7 overlords. This time, they were told to bring people to the divine tomb. Even though the news was kept secret, and the 7 overlords might find out about it. I also agree to take action against the 7 overlords. Divine Heaven Palaces, Cyan Fern added. Not only do we teach the 7 overlords a lesson, but also those fellows from the strongest clans who want to fish in troubled waters. Immortal Emperor Gates, Huang Wuji said coldly. I've already received news that a few of the strongest clans are preparing to enter the divine tomb. Maybe they've been provoked by something. Since 5 sect chiefs had spoken, the remaining Righteous Gate, Fortune Gate, and Profound Saint Gate would not refuse. Whether it was the 7 overlords or those arrogant fellows from the strongest clans, they should teach them a lesson. Do you guys think that bastard Tian will go? Zhong Mozhan suddenly said. Will you go? No one was sure. Mentioning this person made them very uncomfortable. Recently, Tian was in the limelight the most, overshadowing the 8 great sects and the 7 hegemons, causing them to grit their teeth in anger. I actually hope that Tian will go to the God of Sin's tomb. Once he goes there, even if he brings senior brother there, he won't be able to leave the God of Sin's tomb. Doesn't everyone think that this is a good opportunity? Gong Tianhao laughed. Everyone present wanted to kill Tian on the spot. This guy destroyed the existing structure and caused them to be criticized by the Oracle. This was no less than giving them a super big slap in the face. You're right. If Tian doesn't go, it won't be easy to kill him outside. I also hope that Tian will go to the God's tomb now. Meanwhile, on the road to the God's tomb, other than the 7 overlords, there was another group of people who appeared on the road. They were also black warships, and there were more than a dozen of them. On one of the warships, Tian Yitzi asked curiously, Brother Long, the big shots above you are really angry? They even sent you a message? Long Liefen's injuries had mostly recovered, but he was no longer in high spirits. Being chased out of the position of Dragon God was a huge blow to him. His injuries had mostly recovered, and Long Liefen wanted to kill his way back to the Dragon God domain to teach his 9th brother a lesson. In the end, he resisted the urge. That Tian came and went like a shadow. Long Liefen couldn't guarantee that Tian didn't leave his senior brother behind. If he did, he would be sending himself to his death. At this time, Long Liefen received the news from above. He was wild with joy and decided to give up on dealing with his 9th brother for now. He had to go to the God's tomb. Yes, he is indeed angry, and he is very angry, Long Liefen said coldly. That 9th brother of mine might not know it yet, but even if he becomes the Dragon God, the key to communicating with the upper realms is still in my hands. In the end, all his efforts will be for naught. I've already received news that the powerhouses above will help me reclaim the Dragon God Weave. We have to congratulate Brother Long. Brother Long, this is a blessing in disguise. If things go well, you might even break through to the God King realm. We're all envious. The 3 of them weren't surprised. Long Liefen had been the Dragon God for too long. Even if the 9 Dragon Kings took the Dragon God's position, they still looked down on him. Actually, you guys will also benefit greatly from going there. Long Liefen was still very proud. I heard that the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords are all going. There are big shots above who are going to make a move. We will all benefit this time. If we can teach the 8 great sects a lesson in secret, perhaps the upper realms will be even happier. The strongest races all received the news from above. Therefore, they rushed to the God tomb at the first opportunity, hoping to reap some benefits there. The 8 great sects, isn't it because of that Tian's appearance? Sky Fox's eyes flickered. The 8 great sects are afraid that someone will ruin the big picture, so they asked for help from above to deal with Tian. However, Tian is probably going to be out of luck. If the 8 great sects receive resources and experts from the upper realms, Tian's good days will come to an end. Brother Long's revenge might not even need you to do it yourself. The experts of the 8 great sects will take care of it. Tian is a bastard, Barbarian Bull said unhappily. I also want to see how Tian will be hunted down by the experts of the 8 great sects. If Tian also received the news and went to the God tomb, it will be even more interesting. Lin Fei didn't know that he had caused such a huge uproar. Finally, this area is cleaned up. Lin Fei spent quite a bit of time to attract all the God Kings in this area over. He wouldn't know if he didn't do it, but after doing it, He found out that there were more than 10,000 god kings wandering in this area, and they were all taken away by Little Devil. More than 10,000 god kings, it's indeed a lot. Lin Yi's divine body was also riddled with injuries, but it didn't affect his performance. More than 10,000 god kings, just thinking about it was terrifying. With 3 to 4 billion heaven god experts participating, and more than 10,000 god king experts, Lin Fei was no longer surprised. If he didn't guess wrong, there should be at least 1 million god king experts here. The battle that year was so tragic. Lin Fei admired the primal chaos god emperor even more. It was worth so many god emperors to take action, and they even opened up a battlefield. Master, the refinement is done. Little Devil appeared again. With a wave of his hand, a black bead flew out. Lin Fei frowned. He could feel the terrifying aura contained in the black bead. It was like a heavy bomb, and as long as it was triggered slightly, it would definitely shatter a person's body. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing such a terrifying thing. How is it? Can you feel it? Little Devil said. It's unique in the world. Lin Fei criticized in his heart. Of course it's a good thing. One God King explosion bead required 500,000 godheads. More than 10,000 God Kings used up more than 500 million godhead. I have to try it first. Although Lin Fei wanted to test the power of the God King explosion bead, he was prepared to search for God King level godheads first. Under the guidance of the little fiend, they found the skeleton of a God King, as well as a God King level godhead in this area. There were more than 10,000 God King level godhead. Take a look first and see how many Heaven God level godheads a God King level godhead can be exchanged for. Little Devil said again. Lin Fei opened the system and found that summoning a God King expert required 10 million godhead. Now there was an additional notification, only 100 God King level godheads. F***CK. One God King level godhead is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary godheads? Little Devil shook his head. No, you're wrong. This is the exchange rate to summon a God King expert. If you want to exchange for ordinary godheads, one God King level godhead can be exchanged for 800,000 godheads. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. I'm not earning. Although he knew that Little Devil wouldn't cheat him, Lin Fei was still quite shocked. After deducting 500,000 godheads, he could still obtain 300,000 godheads. This was really robbery. You're my master, why would I cheat you? Little Devil chuckled. Master, a God King is here. Not far away, 13 God Kings rushed over. Perhaps they were wandering outside the area and coincidentally saw Lin Fei. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Good, I was just worried about not having a place to test the power of the God King explosion bead. After getting the God King explosion bead, Lin Fei knew how to use it. He immediately activated the bead and threw it towards them. Boom! The God King explosion bead exploded in front of them like a heavy bomb. A black force swept out and Lin Fei, who was not far away, was also sent flying by the aftermath. It's really killing me. Lin Fei was prepared, but he still couldn't block it in time. Looking into the distance, the 13 God King's phantoms were all tattered as if they were going to shatter at any time. Too fierce, if there's another one, they're dead for sure. Lin Fei didn't doubt it at all. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a black mass appeared on the horizon, heading straight for where they were. Not good, we've caused too much commotion and attracted a large number of God King experts. There are at least 10,000 of them. Master, let's run. Lin Yi suddenly looked, and he was in a bad mood. Run. Chapter 1810. The commotion caused by a God King's detonation of a God King's detonation pearl was extraordinarily large. Once the terrifying energy exploded, it attracted countless God King powerhouses to chase after it. Lin Fei finally managed to shake off the God King's pursuit, and he became excited. No matter what, he had to clean up all these God Kings this time, preferably not leaving a single one behind. A single God King rank Godhead could be exchanged for 300,000 ordinary Godheads. 1,000 God King rank Godheads could be exchanged for 30 million ordinary Godhead. If it were ordinary Godheads this time, Lin Fei would have earned more than 300 million Godheads. Lin Fei excitedly started his money-making business. The area was huge. It was not difficult for Lin Fei. In the next few days, Lin Fei did the same thing tirelessly. Attracting monsters. Or attracting monsters. Wrong, it should be attracting God Kings. For the entire day, Lin Fei was happy. Nothing happy. The number of Godheads Lin Fei had also increased rapidly. If it were ordinary Godheads, it broke through the 10 billion mark, then 20 billion Godheads, and this number continued to rise. The terrifying destructive weapon God King's detonation pearl was also increasing continuously, from 10,000 at the beginning, to 100,000, and then to 300,000. Lin Fei could really be called rich and overbearing now. After a few days, the huge area started to become quiet. Not a single wandering God King appeared. It's finally done, I'm so tired. After the last batch of God Kings was collected, Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Attracting God Kings every day, he was almost bored, but for the sake of God Kings, everything was worth it. Originally, there were estimated to be 1 million God Kings on the battlefield, but in the end there were not 1 million God Kings. Altogether, there were only 730,000 God King powerhouses. This was also a terrifying number. It was easy to advance to Celestial God Realm, but to advance from 9 stars Celestial God Realm to God King Realm was not so easy. Among 100 million 9 stars Celestial Gods, only 20 to 30,000 could break through. With 730,000 Divine King powerhouses taking part in the battle, this was not some small number. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. Although he had collected 730,000 God King rank Godheads in one go, he had consumed a huge amount of Godhead. Not only had he used up all the Godheads he had on hand, but he had also exchanged for a portion of the Godhead. These were not what Lin Fei valued. The 730,000 godly monarch exploding pearls that he valued the most definitely possessed a terrifying destructive power. Lin Fei had no doubt that if a divine venerable expert were to throw out 100,000 of these beads, they would definitely be able to kill the enemy. High-level ultimate gods might be a problem, but low-level ultimate gods should be easy to deal with. I really want to know if there's anything good down there. It was very disappointing. Lin Fei didn't see any divine venerables in this area, so he couldn't help feeling puzzled. Could it be that the divine venerables didn't intervene in the battle back then? Lin Fei moved across the battlefield and arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum. The tyrannical and terrifying aura of the great Tao continued to wreak havoc. Lin Fei could easily withstand it. Don't forget that he had the invincible defense to protect himself. He arrived at the center of the divine mausoleum without any danger. It can't be, there's really nothing good? Lin Fei carefully searched with his divine sense, but in the end, he still found nothing. He was quite shocked. He had obtained so many good things before, so he always wanted to get more. Lin Fei would definitely be disappointed if he didn't find anything. Master, there seems to be some fluctuation in front of you, Lin Yi suddenly said in a deep voice. Lin Fei was disappointed, but he did not look ahead. After looking through such a large area, he did not find anything. That meant he did not find anything. Let's go take a look. The two flew all the way until they were 100,000 miles away. This is... After arriving, Lin Fei was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the dusky sky, a huge whirlpool appeared. This whirlpool spun non-stop, forming a terrifying whirlpool around it. Back off, back off! The two of them rapidly retreated. What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a vortex before. If I'm not wrong, this should be a spatial channel. And outside this vortex there are layers of seals placed by someone, said Lin Yi gravely. For a black vortex to appear in the sky above this vast land was truly surprising. A spatial channel? The Divine Mausoleum also has one? I wonder where it leads. Lin Fei didn't go up. He was just curious where this channel led. Young man, this channel is called the Channel of the Gods. Without any warning, a heavy voice came from the vortex. Who is it? Lin Fei was startled. He was currently a one-star god king, but he didn't know someone was here. Lin Yi took out his saber and unleashed his saber art. Countless reflections shot out. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to harm his master. Young man, don't be so hot-tempered. The saber light automatically melted in front of Lin Fei. A young man in white clothes walked out of the huge vortex. His white clothes were very dazzling in this dark place. It's you. Lin Fei recognized the person at a glance. You're the chaotic divine emperor. Lin Fei really didn't expect to see the chaotic divine emperor here. Ever since this guy broke out of the seal, there was no news of him in the territory. It was as if he had never appeared, except for that one time in the Dark Night Galaxy. The white-robed young man said indifferently, I didn't think that there would still be someone who remembers my name. I also remember you. You're the little fellow from the Divine Mountain. I didn't think that you would break through to the Divine King realm in such a short time. You're really not simple. Lin Fei couldn't figure out what this guy was doing. Haha, I'm very honored to be remembered by a big shot like you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Take your time, I won't disturb you. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to let the system determine the opponent's combat strength to come up with a conclusion. This person was at least an ultimate god, and was a high-level ultimate god. The speed at which he recovered his strength was extraordinary. Lin Fei planned to leave first. He had to leave this place first. After all, he had already gained something. Young man, aren't you curious about why there's a vortex here and why I'm here? The young man in white clothes still looked indifferent, but there was a sense of being in control of the whole situation. To be honest, Lin Fei was also a gossipy person. The important thing was that the person in front of him was too strong. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would take a little longer at most. Lin Fei was really worried. Senior Chaotic Divine Emperor, you don't have to say this. That's a secret between the big shot. I'm just a small character. What right do I have to know? Lin Fei said, last time, that sect leader almost made me suffer. I think it's better to forget about it. Lin Fei still remembered clearly how he was chased down by a sect master. Chapter 1811. Lin Fei was indeed very daring. When he first saw Hongyi Hundun, the top-notch technique of extracting time and space had been of great help to Lin Fei. Now that it was mentioned, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Fei was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Even if it was a god emperor before him, Lin Fei would not be truly afraid. Although Lin Fei did not have many tricks up his sleeves, he had invincible defense and hundreds of thousands of God King exploding pearls. As long as they all swarmed him, he would be able to fight for a chance to escape. The white-robed youth's words undoubtedly provoked Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Senior Hundun, I respect you as a senior, but if you want to kill me, come and try. Even the sect leader couldn't kill me back then, and you still can't. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're a god emperor expert. If these words were to be heard by the higher-ups, everyone would probably think that this person had a mental problem. In the entire immortal realm, who would dare to say such things to a god emperor? That was simply asking for death. Lin Fei was such a person. The white-robed Hundun was not angry. He was still very calm. Good, good. Young man, you have a fiery temper. Not bad, not bad. If it were me back then, I would have killed you with one sword. However, 1,000,000 chaotic years have passed, and my temper has faded. Naturally, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I have great benefits for you. Lin Fei was already prepared. As long as the white-robed Hundun dared to attack, he would dare to retaliate. What God Emperor? At most, he would just fight. Who was afraid of who? Unexpectedly, the white-robed Hun Dun said such words, and even said that he had great benefits for him. Lin Fei even wondered if he had heard wrongly. How can I believe you? Are you serious? Lin Fei said. Back then, when the 8 sects besieged your great metropolis world, I was the one who gave the order. Primordial Chaos City sent 9 stars celestial gods to help you get through it. The primordial chaos is actually my bloodline. Do you believe me now? The white-robed Hun Dun laughed. Lin Fei did owe him a favor for this. He did not expect this to be an order from the Chaos Deity Emperor. If it hadn't been for the 9 stars celestial gods, the great metropolis world might have been razed to the ground. His wife and daughter might have been captured as well. Lin Fei was a person who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Although he was very suspicious of white-robed Chaos's intentions, he would still return the favor. Tell me, I'm listening, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The white-clothed Chaos really admired the young man in front of him. Not everyone could survive the attack of the sect leader, even though the sect leader's virtual image was only at the peak of 9 stars God King. In this world, it was very easy for him to kill anyone, and it was rare for a young man to do it. Not long after, seeing this young man again, the white-clothed primal Chaos was even more shocked. No one knew better than him the dangers inside and outside the tomb of the god of sin. The young man in front of him had broken through the blockade of hundreds of thousands of God King experts, so white-robed primal Chaos had to think highly of him. There's no need to rush this matter, the white-clothed primal Chaos said, looking at the whirlpool not far away. The passage of the gods was opened by the 8 great god emperors. They sent a large number of heaven gods and god kings to start a war in the lower world. My subordinates suffered heavy casualties, and in the end I was also sealed in the lower world. After that, they sealed the passage of the gods. However, not long after, the passage of the gods will open again, and when that time comes, the 8 great god emperors will send god kings down again. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was the meaning of the passage of the gods. What does this have to do with me? Although this was what Lin Fei said, he was thinking about what benefits the passage of the gods would bring him. I see that you have plundered godheads and god king level godheads. Although I don't know what use you have for these things, they are the least worth mentioning. If you can guard the passage of the gods and force them to be unable to leave the god's tomb, I will prepare 100 billion godheads for you. The white-clothed primal Chaos said. 100 billion godheads shocked Lin Fei quite a bit. Even though he had collected 730,000 God King level godheads, he had used more than 30 billion ordinary godheads, so he only had about 20 billion godheads on hand now. 100 billion godheads? If it was anyone else, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't believe it. The white-clothed primal Chaos was one of the 9 great god emperors. Even if he wasn't one now, he was still a super expert. Senior, you think too highly of me. I would love 100 billion godheads, but that's all I have. How can I guard the passage of the gods? Once their army arrives, I will have to leave with my tail between my legs. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. The little devil's voice rang in Lin Fei's mind. Master, you have to get these 100 billion godheads. It's impossible for you to collect so many in this world. With 100 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be able to break through to the level of a divine weapon. It will be able to undergo a deeper transformation. With 1 or 2 billion godheads, your battle fortress will be extremely powerful, and your 18 doppelgangers will be able to advance to the 9 stars celestial realm. Lin Fei wasn't worried that the little devil would find out if he spoke. Please don't tempt me anymore. Lin Fei didn't know what to do with the little devil. He really couldn't find any reason to retort. The number of godheads in this world was limited. It was already good enough to have a battlefield in the divine graveyard. As for the resources of the major forces, they probably wouldn't have a lot. Maybe a few billion godheads would be the limit. 100 billion godheads. Lin Fei was really tempted. Actually, you don't have to refuse so early. The white-clothed primal chaos was still calm. You know your strength. The passage of the gods isn't as scary as you think. As long as you can get rid of the people here, the passage of the gods will need to be activated by the 8 great god emperors. At most, a few dozen people will be sent. Wait. Lin Fei interrupted the white-clothed primal chaos. You said a few dozen people at a time? How did they get here in the past? That's what I want to say too. They need to set up a huge formation here. With the help of the formation, they can strengthen the passage of the god. Only then can they kill a large number of people. You're a smart person. You should know what I mean. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He knew that the passage of the gods needed to stabilize the passage of the gods with a formation to transport a large number of experts. Otherwise, only a few dozen people would be transported at a time. Lin Fei was really confident that he could kill the people who came. No. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't talk about a few dozen people. Even if a few god kings come down, I won't feel good. You should find someone else for this kind of thing. As long as you guard the passage for a month and don't let them stabilize the formation, I believe you can do it. I will also pay you 100 billion godheads in one go. The white-clothed primal chaos laughed. Chapter 1812. Asking for a sky-high price. Lin Fei couldn't miss out on such a huge piece of meat. He had to get it no matter what. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. As for him being schemed against, Lin Fei naturally had his own thoughts. He didn't think that the white-robed Hun Dun would be so kind as to introduce such a good thing to him. He wasn't a big shot. So the question was, why would the white-robed Hun Dun give him benefits? It definitely involved something. As for what it was, he didn't want to know. What Lin Fei wanted to do now was to get more godheads. Yes, it's just that simple. Impossible. The white-robed Hun Dun wasn't angry. 200 billion godheads isn't a small amount. 100 billion godheads is the limit. Not increasing the price? Lin Fei really didn't want to agree. He said awkwardly, "You want me to guard the passage of gods. 100 billion godheads is definitely not enough. Although I have some abilities, what if a few hierarch-level experts come down? Won't I die in seconds? I don't want to live enough. I can't help you with this." He turned and prepared to leave. "If you don't give me enough, I'll leave." The white-robed Hun Dun was still very calm. His temperament wasn't ordinary. "Young man, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. No one can reject my good intentions. You are the same." Lin Fei stopped and smiled. You're angry and ready to attack me. Attack me then. I'm not that easy to bully." Now that Lin Fei was confident and the Hun Dun in front of him was a super expert, there was nothing to worry about. Eat 100 of my, no, 1,000 God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei was also a ruthless person. "Since you dare to threaten me, I'll teach you a lesson." Without thinking, Lin Fei threw out 1,000 God King exploding pearls. These terrifying pearls had different levels of power. When they were thrown out, a terrifying aura swept towards the Hun Dun. Boom boom boom! 1,000 God King exploding pearls exploded at the same time, not giving anyone a chance. Lin Fei also activated his invincible defense and thought to himself, "You're crazy, I'll let you have a taste of something good first." The white-robed Chaos was a God Emperor expert, and he was also interested in the young man's ability, so he wanted to recruit him as his subordinate. It was not easy to meet such a figure in the mortal world. The current white-clothed Chaos was no longer the divine emperor of the past. His combat strength had not recovered to the divine emperor realm and was only at the ultimate god realm. However, in this realm, he could only unleash the combat strength of a 9 stars divine king. He could not unleash the strength of an ultimate god expert. That was also the reason why the white-clothed chaos did not attack. Even if an expert was suppressed, he still had the mentality of an expert. Even though he did not know why the other party was collecting godhoods, the white-robed primal chaos was not interested in finding out. After all, everyone had their own little secret. That was why he was willing to take out 100 billion godhoods. However, he did not expect that this young man was not someone who was easy to deal with. As soon as the white-robed primal chaos threatened him, he made his move. 1,000 celestial king exploding pearls exploded at the same time, and a terrifying power engulfed him. This bastard! The moment he was submerged, the white-robed primal chaos could not help but curse loudly. Bastard, shameless! How could he sneak attack? Did he have to be so thick-skinned? 1,000 celestial king exploding pearls. I wonder if that guy is injured or not. Lin Fei thought to himself. Who cares if he is injured or not? I'll escape first. Lin Fei was ready to escape. Primal Chaos Brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. The white-robed Primal Chaos appeared in a sorry state. He grabbed with one hand and time stopped. Lin Fei was already prepared. A divine emperor is indeed a divine emperor. He is really strong. 10,000 celestial king exploding pearls were thrown over. The terrifying power crushed time and engulfed the white-robed primal chaos once again. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Lin Fei did not care how many celestial king exploding pearls he used. If he dared to attack, he would make the primal chaos emperor suffer no matter the price. He was not someone who could be bullied by anyone, not even a divine emperor. Master, I just analyzed that this primal chaos emperor seems to be suppressing his strength. Little Devil shouted. His combat power does not dare to break through to the hierarch realm. Quickly use the celestial king exploding pearls to kill this bastard. Lin Fei blinked. Are you sure he is suppressing his strength? That's good news indeed. If he fought alone, he was definitely not a match for the divine emperor in front of him. However, if he suppressed his strength, it would be a different story. Wasn't he a hierarch? Everything could be discussed. I guarantee that I am not mistaken, Little Devil said. His strength is suppressed to the 9 stars peak divine king realm. Lin Fei laughed. Good, good, good. The white-robed primal chaos was attacked again, which made him very angry. Damn bastard, how could this guy have such a destructive attack? In the distance of the great whirlpool, the white-robed primal chaos appeared in a sorry state. He looked uncertain and full of doubts. Again. As soon as the white-robed primal chaos appeared, Lin Fei used the celestial king exploding pearls again. Yes, another 10,000 pearls, a full-range attack. Senior, don't be in such a hurry to dodge. Aren't you very powerful? Come and kill me quickly. I am afraid of death the most. You can kill me with just a light palm. The white-robed primal chaos, who was dodging, was so angry that he almost bled. This guy is too shameless. If my strength was not limited in this world, you would not be so arrogant. The white-robed primal chaos cursed in his heart. This guy's destruction pearls are really terrifying. If this continues, the situation will be very bad for me. No wonder he could make the sect leader helpless. This guy is quite capable, but he is too petty. The white-robed primal chaos was, after all, a divine emperor. He was not a stubborn person. Young man, you don't have to do anything. It was just a test. Now you have passed. The white-robed primal chaos appeared again with a calm look on his face. As long as you guard the passage of gods for a month, I can give you 130 billion godheads. Lin Fei curled his lips. This guy was really thick-skinned. He was going to attack me, but he still said it in such a dignified way. A big shot was really a big shot. So it was a test. Lin Fei said seriously. Then I have wronged you. I thought you wanted to capture me. Senior, you should have said so earlier. Then I wouldn't have wasted the God King exploding pearls. Lin Fei did not want to fall out with him so quickly. The white-robed primal chaos was very unhappy with this guy. He also admired him. There were not many people who dared to attack him, especially the younger generation. Guarding the passage of gods is not a small matter. That is why I tested you. Now it seems that you are completely capable of guarding it. The white-robed primal chaos laughed. 130 billion godhoods is still too little. Lin Fei shook his head. I still want 200 billion godheads. Otherwise I will leave. After all, those god kings are not ordinary people. This guy was really insatiable. The white-robed primal chaos lacked a powerful helper. This guy in front of him was very suitable. Just these god king exploding pearls were enough to make those guys suffer. Chapter 1813. Finally, the deal was done. Lin Fei finally bit off a big piece of fat meat. 200 billion godhoods. The white-clothed chaos also played a trick and made a heavenly oath to guard the passage of heavens for a month. There was no need to mention the consequences of breaking the oath. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei was in a good mood after the deal was done. At the very least, he would be living a good life now. No matter how angry the white-clothed chaos was, it would be of no use, especially when Lin Fei found out that the white-clothed chaos had suppressed his strength to the level of a 9-star divine king. The deal was done. The oath was made. The white-clothed chaos threw out a storage ring. The space inside was huge, and it was filled with the godhoods of ordinary gods. Lin Fei was not picky about godhoods. 200 billion godhoods fell into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was overjoyed. With so many godhoods, he could do great things. I'll leave guarding the passage of gods to you. The white-clothed chaos threw out the storage ring. He did not care about the godhoods. Only the people below would treat them as treasures. Now that there was someone guarding the passage of gods, he heaved a sigh of relief. Since I took the money, I'll guard the passage of gods. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. I'll be in the god's tomb for a month. I'm trustworthy. After all, I made a heavenly oath. I don't want to be killed by the heavens. The white-clothed chaos did not say anything else. He turned around and left swiftly. He has already left the god's tomb. Little Devil's voice could be heard. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead, he let Little Devil keep an eye on him. The white-clothed chaos was still very dangerous. It's good that he left. Lin Fei was relieved. That guy is very scheming. I don't know what he's planning. For the sake of 200 billion godhoods, I still have to risk it. Moreover, if I don't stand guard in the future, when the God King experts of the 8 sects descend, there's no guarantee that they won't find trouble with me. I'm just dealing with them in advance. Master, you don't have to worry. As long as the white-robed chaos is still in this world, his strength should be limited. He can't do anything to you. When you go up there, it's hard to say who's afraid of who. The little devil said disdainfully. He's also like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river now. He can't even protect himself. Lin Fei did not continue talking about the white-robe chaos with the little devil. Right, let's find a place to do some preparatory work first. The white-clothed chaos had indeed left the tomb of the god of sin. On an uninhabited planet, the white-robed chaos stood with his hands behind his back. The space behind him squirmed, and a dozen black-clothed men appeared, standing quietly behind him. How's it going? The white-robed chaos asked calmly. In reply to my lord, we've found all the places without missing a single one. There's a total of 72 places. It's just that every place has a big formation set up. We brothers can't break the formation restrictions. Please forgive us, my lord. The white-robed Hun Dun waved his hand and said, You're all my people. You're not good at breaking arrays, so I won't blame you. Once you've found the 72 places, we can start the next step. I just hope that the little guy can really hold on for a month. The black-clothed men behind him dispersed and disappeared without a trace. The white-robed chaos also stepped forward and looked at the endless starry sky. The corner of his mouth curled up, and a trace of a cold smile flashed across. "Haven't you been looking for me? I'll do as you wish. You want to dominate the 108 God's sons and seize the destiny. I won't." The voice became lower and lower. With the little devil's analysis, Lin Fei found a good place. He opened up a simple cave abode underground and set up a formation restriction. With 200 billion godhoods in hand, Lin Fei immediately got busy. He would guard the passage of the gods for a month. According to the white-robed chaos, the passage of the gods would open in a few days. Before they arrived, Lin Fei had to increase his strength. In order to guard the passage of the gods, Lin Fei didn't dare to relax. "I'll modify the battle fort first." This was Lin Fei's trump card. He might not be able to deal with a god king, but this time, he had obtained 200 billion godhood. Lin Fei had the capital to modify the battle fort. Especially in such a big situation, if the battle fort could perform well, it would definitely make things easier for Lin Fei. 1 billion godhoods. Lin Fei didn't really care about it. With 200 billion godheads in his hands, Lin Fei could keep the God King grade godheads he had. In his opinion, exchanging them for ordinary godheads was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It wasn't worth it at all. "Master, if you want the modification done in the shortest time possible, you only need 1 billion godhoods." The little devil became greedy again. "I only need 2 hours. At normal speed, it would take 10 days. Lin Fei waved his hand. "Isn't it just 2 billion godhoods? I'll pay." "Haha, I like a generous master." The first modification of the battle fort began. Within 2 hours, Lin Fei lost the ability to modify the battle fort. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. With 2 billion godhoods, the battle fort would definitely be stronger than before. However, this wasn't enough. The god kings that came down were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the battle fort into the strongest weapon of war. After 2 hours, the first modification was completed. Ding. Battle fort modification successful. Lin Fei came to the ground and released the battle fort. The moment the huge thing appeared, his eyes lit up. The battle fort didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the lines were smoother and the black exterior was flashing with black light. Lin Fei instantly took control of the battle fort. The little devil also appeared by Lin Fei's side and explained, "Master, the battle fort now has a rank 1 battle strength. The materials on the outside have also been strengthened. It can withstand the attack of a 2-star God King, and the limit is a 3-star God King. It can easily destroy any battleship with a 1-star battle strength, or even a God King expert. The battle fort's attack strength has also been strengthened. Some useless functions have been switched off. Now, the battle fort has 108 cannons and can fire 3-star God King attacks." Lin Fei still underestimated the battle fort's power after the modification. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this simple modification. Its defense and attack strength had increased. It wasn't as weak as before. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. Rank 1 fighting strength isn't enough. I need to continue the modification. Lin Fei was satisfied. He wasn't satisfied with using it to guard the passage of the gods. This time, he might have to face 9-star God Kings. Chapter 1815. We're here. The 7 overlords were the first to arrive at the periphery of the god's tomb. With the battle fortress, they could reach any place in the shortest time possible. It was not a secret that the 8 sects were going to the god's tomb secretly. Everyone had connections above them, so the secret was no longer a secret. Everyone knew the purpose of the 8 sects coming to the tomb of the god of sin this time. The 7 overlords did not want to be left behind, so they followed them to communicate with the upper world. It was not only for their own benefit, but also for the sake of targeting the 8 sections. Everyone be careful, the periphery of the god's tomb is full of star fragments. Sunluo Overlord reminded everyone, "It's best if we move together, in case someone finds a chance to attack us one by one." The 7 overlords were still very united against outsiders. The god's tomb was famous for being dangerous. The 7 overlords rarely worked together and entered the periphery of the god's tomb in a formation. 3 days later, the people of the strongest race also arrived. Long Liefin and the others were the first to arrive. Someone came early. Sky Fox squinted and looked for a while. It should be the 7 overlords. Fortunately, we set off early, so we are not too far behind. Long Liefin had only been to the god's tomb a few times. After all, this place was too dangerous. The 7 overlords coming early might not be of any use. Long Liefin said disapprovingly, "The tombs in the god's tomb are all protected by formations, don't even think about breaking them. Let's go in first." The 8 sects were the slowest. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb, and after some investigation, they entered the periphery. The 8 sects had a strong foundation, and with the guidance of others, the seemingly dangerous star fragments did not affect them too much. The occasional collision of the star fragments did not have a bad effect. They arrived at the periphery of the god's tomb very quickly. The warships of the 8 sects entered the god's tomb one after another, and saw the battlefield full of killing intent. Zong Mozhan was the first to fly out and land on the warship. He looked into the distance and took out a map, his eyes flashing. Lord Messenger said that the red marks on the map all have treasures and godheads left by Lord. With those treasures and godheads, the sects can cultivate a batch of heavenly god experts in the shortest time possible, and the sect's strength can also increase in the shortest time possible. The other people on the warship were also very excited. The people who could be brought were all talented disciples in the sect, and they vaguely knew the benefits of this trip. As Zong Mozhan gave the order to head in a certain direction, the disciples on the warship were extremely excited. The 7 overlords were the first to find large mounds of earth. This should be the graveyard of the experts of the great battle. Sun Luo Overlord was very excited. "I just discovered that there are more than a dozen of them here. If we count them all, there should be at least a few hundred of them. The benefits beneath the mounds are going to be ours," the frigid Een Overlord said excitedly, his gaze never leaving the mounds. The rest of the overlords were just as excited. They all knew that there was something good under the mound. For example, the divine spark. For example, treasures. Even if it was damaged, its power would still be quite good. Why don't we all work together? No matter what it is, we'll split it into 7 portions. What do you think? The Overlord of the Sea Suppression Overlord suggested. Everyone agreed. They didn't think that they could break through these big mounds by themselves. Cooperation was a must. The 7 overlords also threw caution to the wind. Break the formation. The 7 of them worked together, and in addition to the subordinates they brought, there were more than 1,000 experts, and they attacked the big mound. One of the overlords knew how to break the formation and determine the location of the formation core. Everyone attacked with all their might. After attacking for half a day, the formation restriction was broken. The 7 overlords excitedly rushed in to check. No one was willing to fall behind. But when they entered, they were all dumbfounded. It was empty. There's nothing at all. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there was an expert who collected the skeletons together? Why can't I see a single skeleton? And where are the godheads and treasures? They worked so hard to come in, but they didn't find anything. It was very displeasing. If it wasn't for the fact that the formation restriction had no flaws, they would have suspected that someone had come in before them. After searching all over, they didn't find anything. Helpless, they could only leave this big mound and attack the next one. That big mound just now should be an empty mound, used to deceive people. Everyone agreed with this idea. As for the 8 great sects beating them to it, they didn't think that they could be faster than them. In the territory, the fastest ones were them, the 7 overlords. Everyone focused on attacking the second mound. It's still empty? Damn it! After breaking the second mound, they were stunned once more. It was empty again. Continue. The third one was empty. The fourth one was empty. The fifth one was empty. 100 mounds were broken in one. The result was the same. The 7 overlords wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Who was messing with them? Why was there nothing? They had never faced such a weird thing. The formation restriction was complete. There were no flaws at all. After all, this formation restriction came from the upper world. To break it, one had to destroy it completely. Unless one knew the steps to enter, it would be very hard to enter. After digging out 100 mounds, the 7 overlords were disappointed. They had no choice but to start again. They didn't believe that someone would play such a joke on them. The people from the 7 overlords have entered. Long Liefin and the rest also arrived at this region. The first thing they saw was the mound. But when they arrived, they realized that the mound had been broken and it was empty inside. We came a bit late, they took everything away. Tian Yitzi said, the 7 overlords are also very powerful. I wonder what expression the 8 great sects will have when they see their things taken away. Ha ha, that will be very interesting. Barbarian Bull laughed. There are also people from our Barbarian Bull clan in this mound. I wonder if they are still there. Divine Tomb was the #1 battlefield in the lower world. The strongest race also knew some secret. They were very interested in the burial place of their clan's experts. If they found something good, they would be rich. Let's go look. These people sweeping the mound was destined to fail. Long Liefin and the rest also knew some secrets and started to search. With their strength, forcefully breaking through was still possible. But after they found the place and entered, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty, there was nothing at all. Damn the 7 overlords, they must have stolen our Barbarian Bull clan's treasures. Barbarian Bull was furious. Let's look at the other places. After another round of searching, the result was still the same. The inside of the big mound was completely empty. Nothing had appeared. Chapter 1816. The 7 overlords busied themselves for a long time. In the end, they still found nothing. Every mound was empty. They could not accept this result. No matter how empty they were, there should be some skeletons, right? But the skeletons had disappeared. The skeletons of God Realm experts would not disappear with time. Especially when they were placed together, they could be preserved for a long time. No matter how the 7 overlords thought, they could not come up with a reliable guess. As for the possibility that someone had gotten here before them, they did not even think about it, because it was impossible. The 7 overlords had to gather their subordinates to break the formation. No matter how powerful others were, they would not be able to break the formation. Where did the items go? It became a mystery. After the 7 overlords discussed, they decided to break the formation. They still had the advantage of time. As they broke the formation, Long Liefin and the rest followed them. With such a huge commotion, not a fool would have noticed them. It's really them. Barbarian Bull suppressed his anger. His hatred for the 7 overlords deepened. Only they had the ability to attack the formation with thousands of people at the same time. We have really underestimated the 7 overlords. To think that they would be one step ahead of us, and have taken so many treasures. Long Liefin's face darkened. He was not in a good mood either, because the dragon race's godheads had disappeared. Although they had guessed it, seeing the 7 overlords rush into a mound and come out in a short while, they knew that the items had been taken away. Although he did not know what was under the mound, it was at least a divine artifact. Even if it was a damaged God-King level treasure, its might was still extremely terrifying. The few of them discussed and decided to listen to Skyfox. They would catch the 7 overlords off guard. Before that, they had to contact the other strongest races. With Skyfox's plan, they naturally would not let the 7 overlords have a good time. After some communication, they contacted the other strongest races. They were about to arrive at the Divine Graveyard battlefield. After waiting for a while, they arrived. After hearing Skyfox's words, the big shots of the strongest races were furious. They swore to teach the 7 overlords a lesson. In other words, they were ready to fight back. They were the leaders of more than 10 of the strongest races. Taking advantage of the fact that the 7 overlords had entered a huge mound, they charged out from all directions, catching the people guarding outside by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the people brought by the 7 overlords suffered heavy casualties. Those from the strongest races believed in the words of the heavenly fox. The place where their ancestors were buried was also empty. How could they stand it? The people of the strongest race were already very powerful, and the giants were even more powerful. The 7 overlords came to their senses. More than half of the people outside had died, and their killing intent soared to the sky. They destroyed the restrictive spell formation and charged out from below. How dare you, the strongest race, ambush us in the dark? You're courting death. Seeing that 60% of his people had died, the Feng Luo overlord's eyes turned bloodshot. Summoning his battle fort, he unleashed a destructive beam of light. It was the same for the other overlords. With the appearance of the 7 battle fortresses, both sides began to suffer casualties. After all, the battle fortresses were not easy to deal with. Soon, the 2 sides reached a stalemate. You 7 overlords have plundered so many treasures, but you've even wiped out the place where our ancestors were buried. You have to give us an explanation. The big shots criticized the 7 overlords for being shameless and taking everything they could get away with it. The 7 overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you're accusing us wrongly. We've spent so much time and manpower, but we still haven't gotten anything. Explanation? Why should we give you an explanation? The 7 overlords were infuriated as well. The major characters of their territories replied coldly before activating the battle fortresses again. They're fighting. Master, they're fighting. In the center of the god's tomb, Little Evil Demon shouted excitedly. Lin Fei sat cross-legged with his 18 clones standing behind him. The clones' auras were constantly changing. What's fighting? After obtaining 200 billion godhoods, Lin Fei had been busy. He didn't have much free time until now. The 7 overlords and the strongest race. Little Evil Demon giggled. Should I zoom in on the image? Lin Fei was also curious. Why would the strongest race fight against the 7 overlords? As the image zoomed in, a screen appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the screen, the strongest race and the 7 overlords were fighting. That place had also become a battlefield. They're really fighting. Lin Fei soon saw a familiar person, Long Liefan. I didn't expect this guy to come as well. Lin Fei smiled. Last time, you ran away. Let's see where you can run to this time. After watching for a while, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Little Evil Demon, this is all you're doing. Lin Fei understood what was going on. It turned out that the strongest tribe believed that the 7 overlords had plundered all of their treasures, forcing them to hand over the treasures. The 7 overlords were unable to defend themselves and would not lower their heads. Thus, the strongest tribe mistakenly believed that the 7 overlords had taken the treasures. Isn't this good? Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. At least someone got scammed. Wait, they're here too. They're not slow at all. The image on the screen changed. A majestic fleet of battleships appeared outside. On every battleship, the sect flags were fluttering. The people from the 8 major sects had arrived. The 7 overlords are going to be in trouble. The 8 major sects arrived one after another. The first thing they did was to search for the treasures in their respective sects' territories. However, it didn't take long for them to discover that all of the mounds had already been opened. The spell formations and restrictive spells had also been broken. One mound after another was opened. The people from the 8 major sects had ugly expressions. This was something that belonged to the 8 major sections. Who would dare to snatch it? The moment the battle aura came from afar, they immediately sensed it. They brought their people and rushed over. With a glance, they saw the leaders of the strongest race attacking the 7 overlord. 8 sect leaders, your things have been plundered by the 7 overlords. The moment the people from the 8 major sects appeared, Sky Fox shouted at them. The things were taken away by the 7 overlords? When they rushed over, they understood each other. The big mounds of their respective sects were empty. The formations were also broken. This time, the 8 sect leaders were furious. The mission given by the higher-ups was destroyed just like that? In the eyes of the god envoys, wouldn't they become useless? Thinking about it, they felt uncomfortable. Don't listen to their nonsense. We, the 7 overlords, would never do such a thing. An overlord replied. Chapter 18:17. It had to be said that the 8 sects had come at the right time. This trip to the godly tomb, the 8 sects all had the same goal. They had received instructions from the higher-ups and had a map to safely enter the godly tomb to take what belonged to their sections. When they arrived at the godly tomb battlefield, they were dumbfounded. The things that originally belonged to them were gone. Even the stupidest person would understand what was going on. The Sky Fox's words were undoubtedly a blow to their heads. Our things were taken by the 7 overlords? The 8 sect leaders were instantly angry. They had a bad impression of the 7 overlords, but the 8 sects still had a good relationship with the 7 overlords. Just as they were doubting, the Sky Fox spoke again. Ladies and gentlemen, when our strongest race arrived, the item was already gone. Furthermore, the 7 overlords were still trying to break the formation. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone should know the character of I, the Heavenly Fox Z. His words had a great effect. It was definitely the 7 overlords who had taken the things before them. The strongest race did not need to use this reason to slander others, because they did not care to do so. The 7 overlords were all cursing in their hearts. Damn you, Sky Fox, you're forcing us to our deaths. Bastard, what a bastard! The 7 overlords naturally had to explain. The strongest race alone was already giving them a lot of pressure. Moreover, the 8 sect leaders were also present. If they interfered, they would be the ones to suffer a crushing defeat. Listen to our explanation. We really didn't take the things here. Sunluo Overlord said with a gloomy face. His hands did not stop moving, on guard against the 8 sect leaders. Explanations were useless. The 8 sect leaders had long wanted to deal with the 7 overlords. No matter why the strongest race would attack the 7 overlords, they now had the chance to do so, and it was justifiable. You didn't take it. If you want us to believe you, then stop. Let us search your storage rings. Zhong Mozhan said sternly. Search? Of course the 7 overlords were unwilling. With their status, if the 8 sect leaders really searched their storage rings, they would not be able to continue being overlords. Perhaps there would be no more overlords in the future. You want to search us? Do you think we're fools? Myriadao Overlord sneered. He activated the battle fortress and shot out destructive light beams to kill them. Once Myriadao Overlord moved, the other overlords also moved, activating the battle fortress to the limit. Their subordinates were also kept inside. In the air, the 7 battle fortresses kept shooting destructive light beams. The 8 sect leaders were completely enraged. If they don't let us search, then they must have a guilty conscience. They must have taken the things away. Apart from this reason, they can't think of any other reason. Everyone attack. The 8 sect leaders weren't pushovers either. They also took out their treasures to counterattack. With the interference of the 8 great sects masters, the two sides were initially in a stalemate. The 7 overlords were immediately at a disadvantage and started to retreat. The 8 great sect masters are really powerful. Every sect master has a low-grade God King weapon that can be used for a long time. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. It's just that my strength hasn't reached the God King realm, so I can't use the power of a low-grade God King weapon. Lin Fei was enjoying the battle outside. The 8 sect leaders were very strong. With the divine weapons in their hands, they forced the 7 overlords to retreat. If not for the defense of the battle fortress being like a tortoise shell, they would not be able to last until now. They're retreating. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen the 8 sect masters working together to deal with the 7 overlords. The power that they possessed was indeed very terrifying. Lin Fei felt a burst of pride in his heart. Fight, fight. I've already taken everything. After the 7 overlords were at a disadvantage, they started to break out of the encirclement. The power of the battle fortress was displayed. After a fierce attack, the 7 battle fortresses flew in different directions, forcefully breaking out of the encirclement. The 8 sect leaders also left terrifying marks on their war weapons. This was the limit of what the 8 sect leaders could do. It was impossible to make them stay. After all, the battle fortress was famous for being the fastest in the territory. After the 7 overlords escaped, only the 8 great sects and the strongest races were left on the battlefield. After exchanging greetings, they left as if nothing had happened. Little devil, just keep an eye on the 8 great sects. Lin Fei felt that it was not enough. No matter what, he had to fight a big battle. The departure of the 7 overlords made him feel slightly regretful. However, he was not in a hurry. After giving the little devil some instructions, he went back to work. In any case, within a month, Lin Fei had to guard the passageway of the gods. He had time to fight them. For now, it was better to do what he had to do. The little devil promised that she would inform Lin Fei immediately when the passageway of the gods opened. The 7 overlords retreated in defeat. The 8 sect leaders searched for the big mounds that belonged to their sections. In the end, after busying himself for a while, he did not gain anything at all. Furthermore, he bore a grudge against the 7 overlords. Those bunch of bastards sweeping everything clean. With the appearance of the strongest race, the 8 sect leaders did not seem to be affected, but in reality, they were on guard against them. Since the big mounds did not gain anything, they could only move forward helplessly. However, when they entered the next battlefield, the 8 sects, who had been on guard, could not help but have doubts. There were no heavenly gods formed from resentment? They understood the dangers of the divine graveyard battlefield. In the past, they had come here secretly, but why was the situation different from before? Could it be the work of the god's messenger? Once the conclusion came out, everyone thought that it was very possible. Other than the god's messenger, who else could have gotten rid of these troubles? Along the way, they arrived at the central region and saw a huge black vortex. When the 8 sects saw the black vortex, they finally relaxed. Originally, they had to pay a huge price to reach here, and even use the treasures that the god's messenger had given them. They did not expect it to be so easy. The black vortex remained closed. After a discussion, the 8 sect leaders each took a position and waited for the passageway of the gods to open. At the same time, they sent out disciples to patrol the surroundings. If they found anything, they would be killed without mercy. In reality, they were targeting the 7 overlords and the strongest race. After waiting anxiously for 5 days, the black vortex finally showed signs of movement. Master, the passageway of the gods is about to open. The little devil hurriedly reminded Lin Fei the moment there was movement. It's so fast. Luckily, I'm ready. In the past 5 days, Lin Fei had been busy, and there was a hint of fatigue on his face. Fortunately, he had completed his wish. Not only did he modify the battle fortress several times, but he also upgraded the 18 primordial clones. The 200 billion godheads were almost used up, and he only had a few million godheads on hand. Boom! On the originally oppressive battlefield of the gods' graveyard. Accompanied by the aura of soul trembling, the black vortex that had been closed all this time released a golden force. The divine light shone on the gods' graveyard. Chapter 1818. A terrifying aura swept across the entire gods' graveyard battlefield. On the gods' graveyard battlefield, be it the 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, or even the leaders of the strongest races, they were all filled with fear. This aura was like a life-threatening sword. With just a light slash, no one present would survive. This was truly terrifying divine power. Divine power was not to be blasphemed. Is this the true aura of a divine emperor? Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, also had a flash of fear on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. The divine power is indeed terrifying, and there seemed to be 8 of them working together. It should be the 8 divine emperors who broke through the passageway together. In order to open up the passageway, the 8 divine emperors really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei touched his chin and guessed curiously. In the depths of a certain territory, the white-robed Hun Dun suddenly stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked in one direction and smiled. Finally, it's open. The people beside him stopped as well. Lord, can that Tian really guard the passageway of the gods? The white-robed Hun Dun said calmly. He can. A strong force pierced through the huge black vortex. The divine light descended, and the chilly wind was swept away. The divine court kingdom appeared, and the long-lost battlefield welcomed life. All kinds of negative auras disappeared in an instant. Everything grew and greenery appeared. At this moment, the gods' graveyard battlefield was no longer cold and gloomy. It was now full of vitality. Wherever the divine light passed, there was a huge difference. After the shock, the 8 major sects all bathed in the divine light. The injured divine realm experts recovered, and their faces were full of excitement. God's grace. Only God's grace could do this. The faces of the 8 major sects leaders also became extremely holy. The divine light fell on them, and it also made their long stagnant realms loosen a little. A hint of joy flashed in their eyes. They were not far from the divine king realm. The divine light didn't stop until it illuminated the entire god's graveyard battlefield. At this moment, the entire god's graveyard battlefield had changed. It was no longer the same as before. This divinity. I'm envious of it. Lin Fei tried his best to control his urge to attack. Last time, on the divine mountain, he had forcibly taken the divine power from the upper worlds. However, compared to this time, there was really nothing comparable. At this moment, Lin Fei dared to pat his chest on the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum. All the territories could not compare to this place. Lin Fei really did not want to make a move at this time, so he did not activate the system to absorb the divinity. He had to wait a little longer. The tomb of the god of Sin battlefield is mine. The light of the divine light expanded to the entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The shining divine light also benefited the people on the battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin. The 7 overlords who were hiding also came out from different places and looked into the depths of the battlefield of the god of Sin's mausoleum with different expressions. The passageway of the gods is open. They were all thinking the same thing. If it wasn't for the recent news, they wouldn't have known about such a place. Damn it, the passageway of the gods is occupied by the 8 great sects. They will definitely guard the passageway of the gods and obtain the treasures bestowed by the upper realm. Beside the passage of the gods, the 8 great sect leaders had solemn expressions and became respectful at the same time. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds, which was to welcome the arrival of the oracle. They could not be the slightest bit disrespectful. Not long after the passageway of the gods opened. With a rumble, a golden-armored deity strode out of the passageway of the gods. His entire body shone with jingguang, making it difficult to see his face for a moment. As soon as the golden-armored deity appeared, a terrifying aura enveloped the central region, but it was quickly restrained. Where is the righteous sect? The sect leader of the righteous sect, Zheng Haoran, looked excited as he strode forward. Disciple Zheng Haoran welcomes the oracle. The golden-armored deity was expressionless and his eyes were cold. With a wave of his hand, he swept Zheng Haoran up and flew not far away. The people of the righteous sect immediately chased after him. The golden-armored deity put Zheng Haoran down 1,000,000 miles away and waved his hand to release a batch of resources. Immediately build the door of the gods. Zheng Haoran was pleasantly surprised. He lowered his head and said, I will do it immediately. The first to come out was the Oracle of the Righteous Sect. Following that, the Oracle of the Righteous Sect came out one by one. Every sect had a golden-armored deity. They brought their people to the 1,000,000-mile radius of the passageway of the gods and built the door of the god. The center of the passageway of the gods was immediately empty. Divine light continuously affected the battlefield of the god's tomb. The wandering divine light became incomparably dense. Finally, it turned into flying beasts that ran around the battlefield. Their battle prowess was relatively high. Building the door of the gods? Do they have nothing better to do? Lin Fei frowned. He was very curious. Why didn't a large number of people enter the passageway of the gods? Why did they build the door of the gods? Master, maybe those big shots are unable to send more people down. Lin Yi said, the door of the gods should be a convenient method. Through them, communication from the bottom to the top will be much easier. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Lin Yi's words made sense. What you said makes sense. Lin Fei nodded. To be able to open this passageway, it must be the work of the 8 god emperors. Moreover, the divine light that is continuously released is probably to allow their talented disciples to quickly break through to the God-King realm. They must have thought of a good method. The 8 sects built the door of the gods faster than Lin Fei expected. In less than a day, the door of the gods was completed. When Lin Fei saw the materials used to build the door of the gods, his eyes were exceptionally red. The materials used were actually godheads. Moreover, it was an extremely precious God-Emperor godhead. At the same time, it was paired with top-grade spirit stones. The cost wasn't ordinary. Extravagant, truly extravagant. That must be a God-Emperor godhead. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The materials used to build the door of the gods were truly extravagant. One God-Emperor godhead and countless top-grade spirit stones were piled up together. This was also the reason why Lin Fei's eyes were red. At this time, Lin Fei didn't go out to fight for the God-Emperor godhead. Although the materials were good, he wouldn't make a move before he understood the situation. The 8 sects quickly finished building the door of the god. The god envoys that came down earlier moved again. They took out a treasure and mounted it on the door of the gods, brazenly activating the door of the gods. The moment the door of the gods was activated, a powerful force from the passage of the gods was added to the door of the gods. The door of the gods pierced through the sky and opened a passage. The 8 door of the gods instantly connected with the passage of the gods. Incomparably dense divinity was also added to the 8 door of the gods. The originally piled-up top-grade spirit stones were also used up in an instant. The door of the gods was completed. Welcome, God King. The god envoy that came down immediately greeted the door of the gods. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1819. Divine World. On Divine Court Mountain, the 8 god emperors worked together to blast open the layers of barriers in the lower realm and reopened the sealed passage. Vast amounts of divinity poured into the battlefield of the divine tomb in the lower realm. Standing on Divine Lightning Mountain and looking down, a huge vortex formed. Vast amounts of divinity poured in like a bottomless pit. The passage of the gods is open. We can send people down now. The 8 god emperors worked together, but they also consumed a lot of divine power. They looked very calm, but the god kings behind them were very excited. They were about to go down to the lower realm. Not everyone had the chance to go down to the lower realm to carry out a mission. Being able to go down and come back up was equivalent to making a great contribution. Their position in the sect would undoubtedly be promoted. If they were lucky, they might even be rewarded with a promotion to the hierarch realm and become a small giant in the divine world. The 8 god emperors didn't say much. The god kings behind them stepped into the open door of the gods and went down to the lower realm. After the door of the gods opened, the first god king came down. The terrifying pressure was not weak at all, and it was frightening. A black-armored god king stood where the Jingyi sect was. The righteous energy behind him turned into a blazing sun. This was the powerful divine technique of the Jingyi sect, the righteous energy technique. The black-armored god king had a high realm. His expression was cold and arrogant. He ordered Zheng Haoran, "Gather the genius disciples you selected together. How much they can advance will depend on their luck." Zheng Haoran adjusted his state of mind and immediately gathered the genius disciples, bringing them to the divine emissary. The black-armored god king said lightly, "You are very lucky. Now enter this array and absorb as much divine power as you can. This emissary will take care of the rest for you." The disciples of the Jingyi sect were very excited. The opportunity to break through had come. The 8 major sects were almost the same. The black-armored god king set up a simple restriction array and arranged for everyone to enter. They stood with their hands behind their back, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Boom! Boom! They entered the array. The passage of the gods once again sent down thick divine power into the restriction array. In less than a moment, someone broke through and their aura soared. Damn, only a 9 stars god king came down? Lin Fei was very disappointed. Logically speaking, if the higher-ups forcefully opened the passageway, a large number of experts should have come down. Why was there only a single 9 stars god king? Master, our world is suppressed by the power of the heavenly way. Even a deity emperor can't easily send an expert down. Lin Yi analyzed. The reason why they bid for a 9 stars god king expert is to hold the fort. With a large amount of god energy, they can easily nurture many god king experts. In the time it took to say a few words, another person in the formation of the Jingyi school made a breakthrough. A huge divine altar appeared in the sky. He leaped onto it and stood on the divine altar. Divine power surged into him, and his aura broke through again, reaching the divine king realm in one go. At this moment, the grandmasters of the other sects had all broken through to the god king realm. Their auras didn't stop as they broke through once more. Whenever they couldn't hold on any longer, the 9 stars god king would take out a treasure to suppress the rampaging energy and break through to the next realm. Ha ha ha, I've advanced. I'm an 8-star celestial god. 9 stars celestial god. Near the passage of the gods. The people from the 8 major sects were all breaking through. The ones who benefited the most were the 8 sect leaders. They advanced from the heaven god realm to the god king realm. With a 9 stars god king expert guarding them, their strength increased even faster. 2 stars god king, 3 stars god king, it was like drinking water. Lin Fei looked at each other. What a big move! Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Using the power of the divine world to give birth to a god king expert. This method was really not simple. It won't be long before the strength of the 8 major sects surpasses all the other forces in the territory. Even the 7 overlords and the strongest races might not be able to withstand the pressure of the 8 major sections. I'm afraid their expressions are going to be very interesting. Lin Fei still endured and didn't make a move. In his eyes, these god kings were all moving treasures. He would let them be happy for a while longer. The area where the passage of the gods was located was filled with god energy. The commotion caused by the continuous breakthroughs was seen by the 7 overlords and the strongest races in the distance. Their expressions didn't look too good. This was especially the case for the 7 overlords. Even though they weren't together, they could tell that the grandmasters of the 8 major sects had all broken through to the god king realm. Not only that, their cultivation states were still rising non-stop. By the time they finally stopped, no matter how weak they would be at least 7 or 8-star god kings, reaching a level where they could only look up to. This won't be good. It's all the fault of those fellows from the strongest races. Now it's great. The 8 sect leaders didn't treat us well in the past, suppressing us in all aspects. Now that they have broken through to the God-King realm, our days are going to be tough. This is the reason why the higher-ups want to turn this place into a place of advancement. With the help of the God energy, as long as their talent isn't bad, it won't take long for the 8 major sects to produce a batch of God-King experts. What should we do now? The 7 overlords were having a headache. They didn't know what to do. The 8 God-Kings with powerful auras guarded the entrance like door guardians. Their sharp gazes made the 7 overlords' hair stand on end. Even if they had battle fortresses, they might not be a match for them. Other than running for their lives, they could only run for their lives. The people from the strongest races weren't having a good time either. Especially when they saw the genius disciples breaking through continuously, their expressions turned even worse. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the 8 major sects had increased by a large margin. This was just the beginning, and it didn't look like it was going to stop anytime soon. Kill their way in? They didn't dare to have such a thought. The 8 God-Kings weren't weak. They didn't chase them away because they didn't take them seriously. Their backer in the upper world also didn't make a sound. The people from the strongest races didn't know whether to leave or stay. They were in a dilemma. More and more people broke through from the 8 major sections, especially the genius disciples, who had good foundations. With the infusion of God energy and the protection of the treasures of 9 stars God-Kings, it became easier for them to break through. One God-King after another appeared in the passageway of the gods. Every sect had 7 to 8 God-Kings of different realms. As long as they advanced to the God-King realm, the Door of Gods would reward them with a God-King grade divine artifact and a God-King grade battle robe. With these 2 items they would be invincible. These people who advanced to the God-King realm first were all genius disciples of the sections. Among them, there were also some old opponents that Lin Fei was familiar with. Taoist Long, if you're willing to join the Demon Mystic sect, I can give you a position of worship. Chapter 1820. In just a few days, within a few billion miles of the passageway of the gods, god palaces were built one after another. Yes, not immortal palaces, but god palaces. Every god palace contained unparalleled divine might. Once a ruler got close, he would be enveloped by the divine might. Even a heavenly god would not be able to gain any advantage. The 8 major sects built their own god palaces in different places. With the support of the majestic divine power, the disciples that were brought over broke through their current realm. The lowest realm was a 9 stars heavenly god. The talented disciples all advanced to God-King realm. The 8 major sects had a great increase in strength. Not only did the disciples obtain great benefits, but the powerhouses of the sects also obtained great benefits. They all became God-Kings. However, their foundations were limited. After breaking through to a certain realm, they could not break through anymore. They were very satisfied with this. God-King realm plus God-King grade treasures were enough to deter them. The strongest clans all left the center of the battlefield of the God of Tombs and absorbed divine power in the periphery. Among them, Long Liefan was a bachelor. He joined the Demon Mystic sect and became a minister. He also broke through the Divine King realm and reached the 6-star Divine King realm in a short time. He had great potential. The 7 overlords had disappeared without a trace. Master, when do you plan to take action? Little Devil urged. They have already nurtured a large number of 9 stars heavenly gods and God-King realm experts. It is not a small number. After the 8 major sects had a great increase in strength, they had already sent people back to their sections. They were prepared to bring more disciples over to nurture their strength and expand their strength again. During these days, Lin Fei did not do anything. He just watched quietly. It is almost time to take action. Lin Fei stood straight and revealed a bright smile. Master can finally use his ultimate move. Little Devil cheered. Lin Fei had waited for so long. It was time to take action. because of the news from the other side. Naturally, it was white-clothed Hundun. Without any notice, Lin Fei also decided to take action. Because the disciples of the 8 major sects had basically increased their realms. What was left was to stabilize their realms. This was also the best opportunity. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and collect the spoils of war. Yes, all the spoils of war. Lin Fei came out from the underground cave. The moment Lin Fei stood on it, the flowing divine power entered his body. Lin Fei felt so comfortable that he squinted his eyes. How comfortable! Lin Yi was also filled with fighting spirit. Master, the strongest god kings of the 8 major sects are at the 9 stars god king realm. They might even be at the peak of the god king realm. Should we use a strategy or… Lin Fei waves his hand. What strategy are we using? Let's just kill our way up. 8-9 stars peak god kings are just nice to use as test subjects. Lin Yi couldn't help but mourn for them. Master was definitely preparing to use the God King exploding pearl. Even now, when he saw that thing, his scalp still felt numb. The closer they got to the passage of the god, the density of the divine power was beyond imagination. The disciples of the 8 sects also began to patrol the area, not allowing outsiders to enter. These disciples were originally proud and arrogant. Now that they had all advanced to the 9 stars heavenly god realm, if it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid that their divine bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, they would have long charged to the god king realm. Since the 8 major sects had opened their god palaces here, naturally no one dared to come here. They were on guard against the strongest races, as well as the 7 overlords. A few 9 stars heavenly gods patrolled together. Suddenly, someone said, "Guess, will the 7 overlords still dare to come? They are old, they can't take it anymore. Battle fortresses can only threaten heavenly god experts. At our realm, as long as we block them, the threat won't be big. If they really come, this daddy will exchange pointers with them. Let's see who is stronger." A few young disciples said in high spirits. With their strength soaring, they really weren't afraid of those overlords. "You guys can't take it anymore." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. A finger appeared in front of them and jabbed towards them. Before they could take out their treasures, the finger jabbed their bodies, and their tyrannical divine bodies were instantly torn into pieces. The few young people were instantly crushed into pieces by the finger, and a few divine sparks fell. Another big hand grabbed over, and the few divine sparks were caught in the other party's hand. "Master, the strength of these guys is not stable. If they forcefully increase their realm, they won't be able to unleash their perfect strength," Lin Yi said disdainfully. He was the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei already looked down on heavenly god-level divine spark. It would be strange if they could unleash their perfect strength. Lin Fei smiled and said, "The moment you attacked, they all sensed it. Just nice, it's time for a good show." When Lin Yi attacked, he didn't hide his divine king aura, and it was like a blazing sun in the darkness. It was hard for others not to know about it. Who attacked? A few figures flew out from the nearest god palace and went straight to the place where the commotion came from. The people who came were disciples of the demon mystic sect. All of them were 9 stars heavenly gods. Among them, the leader was a 2 stars divine king, and his face was full of arrogance. "So, it's the people of the demon mystic sect. It seems like your luck isn't too good." Lin Fei shook his head and stepped forward from the back. His true appearance also appeared in the eyes of the other party's 2 stars divine king. This demon mystic sect disciple recognized him at a glance, and immediately revealed a look of joy. He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you are Di Tian, I know you. The sect master said that whoever can kill you will make a great contribution." This 2 stars divine king instantly attacked. He activated a treasure sword and slashed at Lin Fei. He was secretly proud that he could actually make a great contribution. This was a good thing that came knocking on his door. As for Di Tian's strength, This 2 stars divine king chose to ignore it. Humph, you want to deal with Master? Lin Yi snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped. With a loud bang, the ground shook, and the demon mystic sect disciples not far away were all annihilated. After all, Lin Yi was a 6 stars divine king powerhouse. The power of his palm was not something that a 2 stars divine king could resist. Not good. Tian is here. Senior brother died in battle. Too scary. Outside the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the sect disciples who had advanced were all shocked at this moment, looking at the 2 people coming from afar. They knew one of them. Tian. That scary Tian. They had seen with their own eyes that the sect master had suffered greatly in the hands of Tian. When Tian appeared in front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace, the other 7 sects sensed it immediately. Tian, you will die here today. In the depths of the divine palace, a figure flashed, and a fierce aura pierced towards Tian. Former dragon god, long time no see. Long Liefan joined the demon mystic sect, and was now a consecrator. When he learned that Tian was coming, he knew that the opportunity for revenge had come, so he rushed out immediately. The words former dragon god stimulated Long Liefan's killing intent to soar. Chapter 1821. Murder. Long Lie's desire to kill had never been comparable to this time. He really wanted to kill someone. His target was the nearby Tian, the fellow who had chased him down from his position as the dragon god. The words former dragon god seemed to be mocking him for leaving in such a sorry state back then. It undoubtedly aroused Long Liefan's endless killing intent. It was precisely because of Tian that Long Liefan lost his power and had no choice but to join the demon profound sect as a consecrator. He was constantly thinking about revenge. After advancing to divine king, Long Liefan's thoughts became even heavier. However, he didn't expect Tian to appear in front of him so quickly. Long Liefan laughed malevolently as he attacked. As for the people around Tian, they chose to ignore him. Even if the people around Tian weren't as strong as before, their strength was still limited. Today, Long Liefan was going to completely take care of Tian. Yes, he must die in front of me. A ferocious killing intent surged forth. A figure blocked in front of him, and the killing intent in the sky collapsed. You don't have the right to make a move. Lin Yi shook his head. Unless you can defeat me. Lin Yi pounced forward, unleashing a wide range of attacks, instantly drowning Long Liefan within his attack. Long Liefan had advanced to the God King realm and was now a 6-star God King. He was proud and arrogant, not treating the other party as anything. He emitted cold killing intent. You overestimate yourself. Back then, Long Liefan was defeated in the hands of Tian's senior brother. Long Liefan's killing intent towards the people around Tian grew even heavier. He wanted Tian to regret coming here. Tian is here. How dare he come here at this time? I'm afraid there's no need for us to do anything. Long Liefan will kill Tian on the spot. What a pity. I wanted to kill Tian myself, in front of the demon mystic sect's divine palace. At this time, the leaders of the other 7 sects appeared one after another. They would never forget Tian's name. Isn't the dragon god amazing? In the end, he was still chased down. This was Tian. Last time, the 8 great sects had more or less suffered a loss. They were gnashing their teeth at Tian. It was just that they were powerless to deal with Tian at that time, who asked him to have a God King senior brother by his side. This time, when they saw Tian again, a cold glint flashed across the powerhouse's eyes. Tian was here to die. This time, no one could save Tian. Zhong Mo Shan also came out immediately. Tian, how have you been? Zhong Mo's Han was already a God King now, but when he saw Tian, he still could not control his anger. Zhong Mo Mountain had suffered a lot at Tian's hands. Now that Tion had appeared again and killed many experts of the demon mystic sect on the spot, the new and old grudges added together, causing the killing intent of the demon mountain to soar, but they were not in a hurry to make a move. Tion would not be able to escape today. Yeah, I haven't seen you for a while. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just that you're a little too bold to actually take in a traitor from the Dragon God domain. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon God's wrath? Zhong Mozhan was quite displeased that Tion dared to publicly accuse and threaten him at a time like this. He said in a low voice, "Traitor? Who is the traitor? Our demon mystic sect doesn't have any traitors. However, fellow Taoist Tion still owes us an explanation. Why did you kill our people?" Lin Fei was purely here to cause trouble. Well, this is actually very simple. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. I'm very interested in the passage of the gods. Therefore, I announce that this area will belong to me. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave, otherwise, I'll personally take action. Zhong Mozhan knew that Tion was bold, but he didn't expect him to be even bolder. He actually wanted to occupy the passage of the gods. What kind of joke was this? Did he really think that the 8 great sects were vegetarians? Tion, you sure talk big. Just because you're the number 1 person of the younger generation? Luo Xian of the righteous sect shouted at Lin Fei. Luo Xian was currently a god king, a 2-star god king. He already had the might of a god king. Lin Fei's expression did not change. He raised his eyelids. If you don't want to die, then scram. Because you're not qualified. Lin Fei had no interest in these small fries. Luo Xian had always been unconvinced by Tion. Now that he had advanced to the God King realm, Tion still looked at him with disdain. This provoked Luo Xian quite a bit. You're wrong. It's not that I'm not qualified, it's that you're not. Luo Xian shook his head. I'm already at the God King realm. I can easily suppress you with a flick of my finger. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Just based on the people you brought? That's right. Tion, you're not qualified to say that. At this time, another young elite came forward. He exuded the aura of a god king. He was very valiant. Your current strength is not enough. There were many people in the younger generation who were not satisfied with Tion. This was especially so for the genius disciples of the 8 great sections. Tion was like a nightmare weighing on their hearts. Now that their strength had improved greatly, they no longer had the fear they had before when they looked at Tion. Any one of them could suppress Tion because their strength had improved greatly and they had even advanced to the God King realm. The leaders of the 8 great sects were more than happy to let their disciples fight. Ever since Tion's rise, the influence of the disciples of the sects had suffered a huge blow. Of the 10 great young masters of the past, only a few were left. This was not a small blow. It also made the 8 great sects lose face. Dignified elite disciples were not a match for an unorthodox person. This made them feel very hurt. Master, these people are too despicable. They actually dare to look down on Master. They all deserve to die. Little Devil's killing intent was dense. Lin Fei was very clear what these people were thinking. It was none other than the fact that they couldn't accept the blow. Whether it was their birth, their cultivation, or even the sect they joined, they were all looked at with envy by ordinary people. They should be standing on top of the younger generation, and not be trampled on by an unorthodox guy. Now that they saw an opportunity, they no longer had to be afraid of him. Therefore, they all stood up. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I know you're not convinced. Now that you've advanced to the God King realm, you're awesome, aren't you? But in my eyes, you're still not enough. I'll be frank with you. As long as I'm around, you so-called genius disciples will forever live in a nightmare. Because I'm stronger than you. The meaning was very clear. You won't be a match for me in this lifetime. It was very straightforward words. This infuriated the genius disciples of the 8 great sections. Tion clearly knew that they had advanced to the God King realm, yet he still dared to ignore them in public. Did he really think that he was more awesome than them? Tion, aren't you very awesome? Then let me see what else you have to be awesome about. A young god king from the immortal emperor school shot out an afterimage. 2 bright moons flashed past as he attacked. He wanted Tion to know that he couldn't do it anymore. Chapter 1822. Crazy. Tion must be crazy. How could he not know the current situation? The big shots of the 8 sects only sneered. They wanted to see what other abilities Tion had. Could it be that he wanted to use the battle fortress to turn things around? As for the senior brother, they chose to ignore him. Long Liefen was from the strongest dragon race. His strength was not ordinary back then. He joined the demon mystic sect and obtained divine power. His strength soared and he became a 6-star god king, adding another expert to the sect. They did not believe that the people Tion brought could defeat Long Liefen. Not only were the people Tion brought not a match for Long Liefen, Tion himself was not a match for their sect disciples. Things were different now. Strength? Tion could not do it. Rumble. Rumble. You dare to fight with Master? You're asking for death. Lin Yi was a true 6-star god king. His cultivation technique was also very powerful, and he had 2-star battle strength. Long Liefen smashed into the divine palace like a meteor. A terrifying mark was left on his powerful divine body. Lin Yi stepped forward again. He did not care about Long Liefen at all. He reached out and a terrifying divine power enveloped Long Liefen. Long Liefen wanted to struggle but was restricted by the power. He could only watch helplessly. Soul-chasing sword slash. Long Liefen was amazing. At the crucial moment, he took out a flying sword and slashed at Lin Yi's divine spark, forcing him to let go. This was a low-grade god-king weapon bestowed by the demon mystic sect. It was specially used to deal with divine sparks. Lin Yi's free hand punched out. It landed on the soul-chasing sword and the gathered power was shattered. At the same time, a thick finger pointed at Long Liefen's divine body. Rumble. Long Liefen's divine body was strong. Half of his body exploded. He lost his arms and legs. Only the upper half of his body was left. He was in a sorry state. Long Liefen was utterly defeated. How can this be? Long Liefen had always been proud. He could not accept the result of his defeat. I am a 6-star god king. Lin Yi held Long Liefen and smiled coldly. He came behind Lin Fei and did not move. Long Liefen's quick defeat made the 8 powerhouses suck in a cold breath. How was this possible? Long Liefen was a 6-star god king. No matter how bad he was, he could still display the strength of a 5-star god king. There was no reason for him to lose so quickly. But Long Lai was defeated. Just what was going on? Since when did the god kings become so useless? Suddenly, a bad feeling flashed across their hearts. Could it be that Tion was still hiding some trump card? This trump card allowed him to bring a single person to kill his way over. Could it be that he really wanted to seize the passageway of the gods and seize all the benefits here? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The passageway of the gods wasn't something a small figure like Tion could occupy. The upper realm would never allow it. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. A young god king from the immortal emperor sect launched an attack, preparing to be the first to defeat Tion. He wanted to show off the might of the immortal emperor sect, using strength to tell everyone that Tion was only SOSO, unable to withstand a single strike. Ha ha, you want to kill me with a single finger? Come and poke me if you can. The god king from the immortal emperor sect arrogantly spoke. He didn't believe that Tion would be able to stab him to death. No matter what, he was a god king. So, the moment this thought appeared, the god king from the immortal emperor sect saw a giant finger appear in front of him and tap on his body. He felt like he had become a work of art as his body exploded. Lin Fei shook his head. There are so many people who want to torture themselves. He stepped out once again. The Immortal Emperor sect wasn't the only one who made a move. The other sects also made their moves. Bang bang bang. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Fei gracefully appeared and tapped with his finger. Every time he tapped, his finger would land on the body of the young God King. Those who were touched by his finger would explode. Clouds of blood mist exploded in midair. Wherever Lin Fei passed, there was no one who could block his blade. All of their divine bodies were destroyed by a single finger. In the blink of an eye, over 10 God Kings had fallen. Lin Fei was still leisurely walking as he appeared in front of Luo Xian. I already said that in this generation, I'm the strongest. You guys just don't believe me. I really can't do anything about it. Don't kill me, I surrender. No matter how stupid Luo Xian was, he knew that Di Tian's strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was far from being able to deal with Di Tian. His previous heroic words and disdain had all vanished into thin air, replaced by endless fear. Originally, you should have jumped out and been a God King. Unfortunately, you overestimated yourself. Lin Fei tapped on Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian, who was the leader of the 10 princes, was also removed from the territory. Luo Xian, Zheng Haoran from the Zheng Yi sect, was enraged. He couldn't stop him in time, and could only watch as his body was destroyed, leaving behind a godhead that was taken away by Di Tian. The other powerhouses of the other sects also came back to their senses. They couldn't accept this result for a moment. Attack, kill Di Tian. We can't let him live. Over 10 God Kings were killed one after another. Moreover, they were killed by a single finger. A wave of fear rose in their hearts once again. At the same time, they felt helpless. Why was Di Tian so strong? It didn't make sense. Regardless of whether it made sense or not, Di Tian had once again become a thorn in their side. Moreover, Di Tian's goal forced them to attack with all their strength. Di Tian, die. The 8 powerhouses attacked together again. They all took out their God King level treasures, and the terrifying power of a God King blasted toward Lin Fei. At this time, they attacked with all their strength and combat power. This time, their power was still quite terrifying. They didn't believe that Di Tian's strength could be strong enough to compete with them. Ha ha ha, you have a God King level weapon, so do I. As Lin Fei laughed, he took out a huge black sword. The sword was like a door plank. The sword flashed with a cold light, revealing an unusually dangerous aura. God-level saber slash. This was a saber technique that had been strengthened countless times. In the 10 heavens and 9 earths, an extremely terrifying aura was released with Lin Fei as the center. The entire battlefield of the tomb of the god of Sin trembled. The attacks of the 8 God Kings were crushed by a saber radiance. They were swept by the terrifying and dangerous aura, and an endless sense of crisis arose in their hearts. It seemed that they would die under this saber strike. Powerlessness. Everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. They were going to die. Kacha, kacha. The God King level weapons in their hands were the first to explode into pieces. Then, the battle robes on their bodies were also shattered. The saber radiance cut through their bodies, and the bodies of the 8 powerhouses were cut into several pieces. F***ck, they can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Fei thought that the 8 powerhouses could resist for a while. Now, it seemed that he had overestimated them. Boom, boom. The saber radiance crushed all the way, and the people that the 8 powerhouses brought out were all cut into several pieces. They crashed into the divine palace, and 8 abnormally terrifying auras soared into the sky. Their killing intent instantly locked onto Lin Fei. Chapter 1823. Uproar. The crowd was in an uproar. The 8 leaders had been killed by Di Tian in one move. This was the most unacceptable thing to them. The 8 leaders were all God Kings, and each of them had the strength of a 7-star God King. Furthermore, they had joined forces. How could a single Di Tian withstand their combined attack? In the end, the 8 leaders had been killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. They had underestimated Tion too much. Tion was a super expert who was hiding in the shadows. Not a god king? Who would dare to think that Tion wasn't a god king? If Tion wasn't a god king, how could he easily kill the 8 hegemons with a single sword strike? One couldn't say that the strength of the 8 hegemons was fake, they were the real deal. One could only say that Tion's strength was terrifyingly tyrannical. His cultivation base far surpassed the 8 hegemons. In the distance, the terrifying and dangerous aura attracted the attention of the strongest races and the 7 overlords. No one thought that they could withstand the dangerous aura. It was too terrifying. Is this Tion's terrifying strength? Everyone was panicking and fearful. If they had only been fearful of Tion before, they now felt a sense of helplessness. How terrifying was his strength to kill the 8 leaders with one move. They would be killed in one move if they went up. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. If Tion comes, we'll be finished. For example, Sun Luo Overlord and the rest were in a mess. After all, they had a grudge with Tion. He might come looking for trouble with them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They might not be a match for Tion even if they joined forces. The 8 leaders' current strength was not something they could fight against, and Kwang Tion's strength was even more terrifying than the 8 leaders. Wait, the 8 god envoys have appeared. Once the 8 leaders died, the god envoys flew out. This undoubtedly gave them hope. It would be best if both sides suffered. No one was willing to ignore the rich divine power in the divine graveyard battlefield. If they could cultivate here for a day, their strength would increase significantly. They really didn't want to leave this place unless they had no other choice. Even though Tion had pressured them. Lin Fei was now a 9-star god king. 200 billion godheads were enough to raise Lin Fei's strength. With the support of a dense amount of divine power, in addition to the godly level single blade slash that had been upgraded several times, its power was unimaginable. Naturally, the 8 great leviathans were unable to block the attack of this blade. Awesome! Lin Fei didn't care about the divine power he consumed. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to test out the might of his saber technique, Lin Fei would not have bothered to kill the 8 giant. The 7-star Divine King realm was really nothing in his eyes. Long Liefen, you shouldn't have been the first to come out. If you had hidden yourself, I might not have done anything to you. Unfortunately, you are too full of yourself. Lin Fei said to Long Liefen with a smile. Long Liefen was completely dealt a heavy blow. Even the 8 hegemons were killed with a single sword strike. How could Tion's strength be so terrifying? Long Liefen felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. It was just that his arrogant personality didn't allow him to admit defeat. Tion, even if you capture me, you will have completely offended the 8 major sects. Long Liefen sneered. Even if I die, the experts of the 8 great sects will not let you have it easy. The 8 divine envoys had already come out. The divine king's killing intent locked onto Tion. Long Liefen really wanted to see how Tion would block the attacks of the 8 divine envoys. He had lost, but Tion would not have a good time either. He knew that behind the 8 major sects were the 8 great divine emperors, the 8 strongest giants of the upper realms. At this time, Tion had killed the 8 major sects of the lower realms and had completely offended them. The light god envoy would not let Tion off. In fact, that was indeed the case. The 8 divine envoys' mission was to oversee the divine graveyard battlefield. Normally, they wouldn't interfere because they disdained this kind of thing. Who were they? They were high and mighty divine king experts. Moreover, they were 9 stars peak divine king expert. They only needed to watch the passage of the gods. But now, someone had killed the people of the 8 major sects in front of them. It was no less than a slap in the face. None of the divine envoys could take this lying down. If the higher-ups were to find out, they would definitely have the impression of not doing their job well. This was not something they wanted to see. No matter who the person in front of them was, if he dared to kill someone, only death awaited him. As soon as the 8 divine envoys appeared, they took out the divine king-level weapons in their hands. 8 terrifying killing intents blasted towards Dition, wanting to kill him on the spot. Good timing. Lin Fei was now rich and overbearing. God-level blade slash. The huge black blade in his hand slashed towards them. The black blade gleam was like a vast ocean, rushing towards them. Boom boom boom. The blade gleam swept over. The terrifying attack of killing intents was swept into pieces. A battle of strength? No one was a match for Lin Fei. Lin Fei could use the system to clearly analyze the maximum limit of their attack. He could use a slightly stronger attack to easily break through their attack. The first slash shattered all the attacks. Lin Fei blasted out the second slash. Then the third slash, the fourth slash. Lin Fei had to kill the 8 divine envoys and occupy the passage of the gods. As for the consumption, he did not need to worry at all. Not good, this blade technique is too strong. How is this possible? How can the power of a blade technique from the lower realm be at this level? There must be a mistake, there must be a mistake. Damn it, our attacks can't break through the opponent's attack. The 8 divine envoys were proud and arrogant, and they did not take the people from the lower realm seriously. They knew very well that the strongest person in the lower realm could only be a peak divine king level of 9 stars. Once they exceeded this level, they would be mercilessly suppressed. But now, someone was using an attack that made them feel threatened. You guys can't do it. Lin Fei took large strides forward and blasted out one slash after another. The 8 divine envoys felt their scalps go numb, and their battle robes and weapons were damaged. They had never been forced to this extent by a person from the lower realm. How could there be such a terrifying enemy in the lower realm? Who are you? They were all afraid. They could only use all their strength to block the overbearing and ferocious blade attack. There was no time for them to counterattack. At the same time, the divine power in their bodies was rapidly being consumed. Even if they were to block, they would also have to consume a large amount of divine power. Lin Fei's blade was very fast, and his divine power was consumed without any regard for his life. He suppressed the 8 divine envoys. He was also glad that he had increased the level of his blade technique, and its power had also greatly increased. I am Dition, I have the final say in the lower realm. Lin Fei slashed out again. This time, it was even more terrifying. The blade gleam swept out, and the 8 divine envoys' faces sank. The blade gleam swept past their bodies. Bang bang bang. Chapter 1824. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. If you have read this chapter, please move to. You can also search for 78 novels on Baidu or remember our new website, 78 novels. It's over. The 8 gods' messengers are no match for Dition. Who can be Dition's match in this territory? The disciples of the 8 major sects were speechless. Dition was now in a position that they had to look up to. They thought that the 8 gods' messengers would make things difficult for Dition. In the end, they were quickly defeated until they suffered a crushing defeat. Dition's attack also made them gasp. None of the god kings present were confident that they could withstand this attack. Just this attack alone was enough to kill them completely. The 8 divine envoys continuously coughed up blood when they smashed into the divine palace. Their faces were filled with shock. Most of their divine power had been used up. That attack just now had been too domineering. It had consumed a great deal of their divine power. They had less than 20% of their combat power left. Dition, we are the subordinates of a god emperor. If you dare to kill us, you're dead. The god's messenger from the Zhengyi sect said fiercely. He regretted coming down and encountering such a terrifying enemy. They had no combat power now, and could not return to the upper realm. They could only threaten Tian. Lin Fei walked over with the giant blade on his shoulder. Threaten me all you want. I have the final say here anyway. No matter what you say, you will still die. Lin Fei was still very concerned about the God King's godhead. Tian, just you wait. We will come back for revenge sooner or later. Although the 8 gods' messengers did not have much combat power left, they still had many escape treasures. They took them out and fled in all directions. They were confident in their speed. Chase? Let's see how you do it. As long as they did not die today. The powerhouses of the upper realm would definitely come down after reporting the news. By then, it would not be difficult to kill Tian if they worked together. Split up? Dream on. Lin Fei did not think much of it. He took out the battle fortress. The battle fortress, which had been modified several times, now looked like a huge black warship. Lin Fei also changed its name to Giant Warship. The grade of the giant warship had already surpassed the previous battle fortress. In particular, the black muzzles in the front flashed with a dangerous light. War 1. Blast them to death. Then, everyone saw a terrifying scene. The warship shot out dozens of black light beams towards the direction that the 8 divine envoys escaped to. In less than a moment, the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin was filled with a dangerous aura. Horrible mushroom clouds exploded over the battlefield of the tomb of the god of sin, and the location of the explosion happened to be where the oracles were. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the warship's first attack. Through the system's screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black beam penetrate the oracle's body. The destructive aura in the beam shattered the flesh. Through the system's screen, Lin Fei clearly saw the black light penetrate the god's messenger's body. The giant warship is so awesome. I didn't waste a lot of God to modify it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the giant warship. The small cannon is already like this. I wonder what the power of the 16 cannons of eradication will be like. I'm really looking forward to it. After the giant warship was modified, it was completely new inside and out. A lot of God was consumed. The materials of the giant warship were also changed with an unknown material. Its defense was greatly improved. Even if a God King's attack landed on it, it would not be able to shake the giant warship. In terms of attack power, apart from some of its previous functions, its attack power was 100 times stronger than before. First of all, the front of the giant warship was full of small cannons. There were 1,000 small cannons. When 1,000 small cannons were fired at the same time, it was an unimaginably terrifying weapon. Of course, the attack of these small cannons was not cheap. Originally, they were driven by energy. Now, after the modification, they used divine power to attack. Their attack power was even more terrifying. Fortunately, there was a divine power pool in the center of the giant warship. It could absorb and store divine power. Otherwise, not everyone could afford to maintain such a giant warship. The 8 gods' messengers died. Lin Yi immediately went up and took back the god. He knew that his master liked God's god the most. The whole battle did not last long. The 8 magnates were killed, and then the 8 gods' messengers were also killed. The people of the 8 major sects completely lost their fighting spirit. In their eyes, Tian was like a demon. The whole battle was so fast that they could not digest it. Sorry, I'm in charge here now. Lin Fei landed on the giant warship and announced loudly. If you don't want to die, stand together. No one dared to question Lin Fei's words. The 8 magnates were dead, and the gods' messengers were also dead. If they did not want to die, they could only listen obediently. The people of the 8 major sects helplessly went to an empty space, not far from the passage of the gods. Now, they only hoped that Tian would not be crazy enough to kill them. As for the disciples of the sects, they no longer had any arrogance. Everyone gathered together. Lin Fei was not a bloodthirsty person. He took out the divine power pool in the giant warship and absorbed all the divine power in their bodies. This was equivalent to a few cannon attacks, so he could not waste it. After draining their divine power, they also lost their fighting strength. Lin Fei arranged for a few celestial gods to watch over them. The area around the passage of the gods became empty. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the passage of the gods. The vast divine power in the passage of the gods became the most tangible thing in his eyes. The giant warship stopped not far from the passage of the gods. Lin Fei sat cross-legged on it. Collect. Lin Fei opened the system, and a huge whirlpool formed beside him. Divine power rushed in. The giant warship did the same. The giant warship also opened, and a similar whirlpool formed. The two whirlpools quickly merged together, and the place where Lin Fei stood became a huge whirlpool. The vast divine power flowed into the whirlpool, and the disciples who were being watched were dumbfounded. This was really infuriating. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. The geniuses of the sects could at most absorb a fist-sized amount of divine power, and that was enough to make them proud. At this moment, they finally understood why Tian was stronger than them. They were completely convinced. Not many people could endure this kind of crazy cultivation. Lin Fei did not care that much. Right now, he was absorbing divine power like crazy. The whirlpool of divine power became bigger and bigger, and its surface area was also expanding. Little did they know that when the whirlpool of divine power appeared, the originally calm divine power in the God world on the other side became violent. It also formed a huge whirlpool in the God world, and it caused quite a commotion near the God Lightning Mountain.